Chapter 1604. Du Xiaofu's expression was cold as he watched the ice arrow shooting towards him. He punched out with his fist, which was wrapped in purple flames. The purple flames shone brightly, as if there was a purple flame demonic phoenix about to flap its wings and fly out. It pierced through the void and shattered the ice arrow, causing ice runes to fill the sky. Ao! Almost at the same time, as fast as lightning and as swift as a god, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Lien Qingrong. The purple flame fist in his hand did not dissipate. His aura was suddenly domineering, looking down on all things. It was faintly accompanied by the roar of a dragon and the long cry of a divine elephant, causing the void to rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. This was the Tyrant Fist Way. Du Xiaofu's fist contained the Tyrant Fist Way in the purple flame, demonic phoenix's beast energy. The two were combined into one. Without amazing comprehension, it was impossible to achieve this step. Icy heaven art. Feeling the power, Lien Qingrong's eyes fluctuated violently. Her battle robe trembled, and a snowstorm appeared around her. Runes surged violently. Her palm froze the void and quickly met with the attack. Bang, bang, bang! This kind of collision caused the void to explode as if it was about to collapse. The mountain peaks below cracked and the rocks crumbled. Terrifying golden runes rippled out like a tsunami. The cold air suddenly swept out in the void as if everything was about to be destroyed. The turbulent energy caused the space to ripple and turn into stormy waves. It was as if thunder was roaring between heaven and earth. The tyrannical fist way was Du Xiaofu's strongest physical technique. With the addition of the purple flame demonic phoenix's beast ability, its power did not multiply, but it was already like adding wings to a tiger. Furthermore, it was unleashed with the full power of his nirvana cultivation. Du Xiaofu did not hold back at all. Qila, Lien Qingrong's body was knocked back in a straight line in the void, shattering the space. In the end, her body was knocked into a towering mountain behind her. The mountain was smashed into pieces, the rocks cracked, the mountain collapsed, and the rumbling sound shook the earth and the mountains. Looking at this scene, Su Muxin and the eighth maidservant were stunned and deeply shocked. Lien Qingrong's figure appeared in the sky. Her white battle robe was as white as new and was not stained with any dust. She seemed to be unscathed even though she had just been knocked back. But when she looked at Du Xiaofu, her clear eyes could no longer remain calm. However, the successor of the mysterious Great Snow Mountain was completely unscathed. This was enough to show just how powerful he was. You are also a supreme being nirvana. Stepping into nirvana. Lien Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu and spoke. Her hair fluttered slightly, and her white battle robe was covered with snow-white symbols. So, don't provoke me. If you dare to touch my woman again, I'll destroy your snowy mountain. Du Xiaofu shouted, the woman he had given his virginity to. How could he let others have ideas about her? Kid, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. My snow god palace has always lacked a male servant. You are definitely the best choice. That extraordinary woman will also be my first female servant. This time the harvest is not small. Lien Qingrong smiled. After the shock, she became relaxed instead, as if she had absolute confidence and backing. Suppress. Du Xiaofu did not say much and directly attacked. The Fu Yao heaven-shaking wings swept out, and layers of golden talisman patterns erupted, shattering the void. The supreme beast ability of the golden rock. Lien Qingrong's eyes moved, and her hair fluttered. Suddenly, two bright beams of light shot out from her eyes. She directly punched out, and ice condensed in the space in front of her. Terrifying waves of air surged and exploded. Bang! The void exploded, and the space was frozen. A huge force swept out, and Du Xiaofu's body was like a kite with a broken string. He was sent flying in a straight line and crashed into the huge mountain behind him. Boom! Du Xiaofu's body did not smash the mountain, but his whole body crashed out of the mountain and rushed out of a tunnel. His body rushed out of the mountain top on the other side. His figure leaped into the air, and Du Xiaofu stepped on the top of the mountain. His purple battle clothes and black hair fluttered. There were no wounds on his body, but his eyes were flashing with golden light. He looked at Lien Qingrong from afar and was extremely surprised. He said, "You have reached the nirvana of the true self." After asking, Du Xiaofu seemed to feel that his question was a little redundant. It was absolutely normal for a supreme nirvana saint more than 3,000 years ago to break through to the nirvana of the true self. You can use the power of the nirvana of the true self? Du Xiaofu asked here. Kid, don't you know that supreme nirvana saints do not need to be restricted by forces in the space of the divine domain? Lien Qingrong raised her eyebrows and was somewhat surprised. A supreme nirvana saint? How could he not know this? Supreme nirvana saints do not need to be restricted by forces in the space of the divine domain. As long as they do not step into the nirvana realm, it would be fine. So that's how it is. Du Xiaofu finally understood why his cultivation was not restricted by the space of the divine domain. He originally thought that his character was good, and he did not have a life-saving talisman. So the space of the divine domain did not restrict his cultivation. It turned out that a supreme nirvana saint would not be restricted by the space of the divine domain. The nirvana realm is very strong. Submit to me, and in the future, you will be second only to one person. I will help you to look down on the world. If you and I join hands, the 9 great families will not need to fear us. Lien Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu. From the beginning, she disdained him, but now she began to think highly of him. If she could recruit such a kid, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I have also changed my mind. I want to subdue you. Du Xiaofu smiled. A supreme nirvana saint more than 3,000 years ago, the nirvana of the true self had unlimited potential. Since that is the case, let's talk with strength. Lien Qingrong made her move. Without saying anything, she waved her hand and attacked. Rolling cold qi erupted, shattering the void. Dapeng Chaos Shattering Claw. Du Xiaofu did not retreat. Instead, the Dapeng Chaos Shattering Claw tore the void. Golden light shone brightly, and his battle intent soared. That day when he broke through outside the space of the divine domain, Du Xiaofu wanted to find someone to test his strength. At this moment, the successor of the Great Snow Mountain was really the best candidate. Lien Qingrong secretly changed color. The Nirvana realm actually had such terrifying strength. Ice prison, ice soul freezing. Glacier, 10,000 miles. Lien Qingrong made her move. Her battle robe was covered by snow-like runes. An ancient aura filled the air. Bright and dazzling runes spread out from her body, freezing the void all around. She was like the Snow Mountain War Emperor, stepping on the air in the ice world. Grass of immortality, grass of insight, rock descends to the 9th heaven. Tyrannical fist, lunar seal. Du Xiaofu was fierce. All kinds of methods were activated at the same time. With the support of the vast Xian Qi in the godly watchtower, he opened and closed. A demon king and a war emperor. The 2 of them fought fiercely without end. Su Muxin and the 8 maidservants watched from afar and secretly trembled. The 2 of them had such a terrifying battle. The pressure descended and razed the surroundings to the ground. Everywhere, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void exploded one after another. Void ice technique. Lien Qingrong made her move. The cold air froze the world and exploded the void. The terrifying cold air swept out, boiling the world and freezing thousands of miles. The bone-piercing cold air was terrifying to the extreme. In the end, it froze the entire void and covered Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head, and the corners of his mouth curled up. On his right palm, There was a mass of energy that condensed into a handprint. It had 3 colors of gold, black, and silver. It was sparkling and translucent, a wave that made people's hearts palpitate, spread out. This was the Shaoyang seal, the lunar seal, and the Shaoyin seal. The 3 seals overlapped and condensed. It contained a terrifying destructive power. Du Xiaofu activated it at this moment. Everything was as fast as lightning as it directly collided. Rumble! The whole mountain range in the void trembled. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. There was a caw-caw sound in the mountains, and a large abyss cracked open. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The space was chaotic. The terrifying impact caused a pitch-black halo to appear above the astonishing collision. It was like a black hole that swallowed everything. What a strong physical body. What a strong strength. The 2 of them exchanged blows and separated as soon as they came into contact. The space behind Lian Qingrong exploded amidst the astonishing energy. She stared at Du Xiaofu with her hair fluttering in the wind. There was an indescribable divine and otherworldly aura. At this time, Lian Qingrong's heart was more and more shocked. The other party was only at the nirvana level, but he was not suppressed by her at all. The other party's physical body and strength were extremely terrifying. Lian Qingrong seemed to feel that the kid was deliberately using her to test his strength. To her, this was an absolute contempt. "You're not bad either," Du Xiaofu praised. He felt that this guy's cultivation level was not much weaker than Jialo Juyu if they were at the same level. Du Xiaofu even suspected that Lian Qingrong might have some trump cards on her. It was possible that she was not weaker than Jialo Juyu. "To be able to make me use my full strength, you have already proven yourself." Lian Qingrong took a deep breath and spoke. At the same time, with her body as the center, dazzling white ice runes exploded. Ice and frost drifted down from the sky like falling glaciers. Everywhere was covered in white, and the void fluctuated. "Then use your full strength." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. It seemed that if he did not use his full strength, he would not be able to gain any advantage. That Lian Qingrong was really strong. She had not gained any advantage just now. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly in the distant sky, there was a strange sound wave that made people's souls very uncomfortable. "Young master, they have caught up." In the distance, the 8th maidservant's face changed greatly, as if she had been greatly frightened. They set foot in this place and seemed to be hiding from something. Inadvertently, they met Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin. "They are really haunting me." Looking at the void in the distance, Lian Qingrong's brows furrowed. "Boy, you and I will fight next time. At that time I will subdue you." As soon as Lian Qingrong's voice fell, her figure turned into a white swan and disappeared in an instant. Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the void in front of him. There were strange things coming over like locusts covering the sky and covering the earth. They flickered with black and white light and made a sound that made people's hearts tremble. Buzz, buzz. Those strange things were unbelievably fast. They appeared in the air in an instant. They were only the size of a pinky nail, or even smaller. These strange things were black and white. They looked like ants, but they had sharp fangs. Their legs were small and sharp, and they had 4 wings. The small wings could cut the void. Divine soul-devouring ant. A shocked voice came out of Su Muxin's mouth. Her beautiful face also changed color. There was a feeling of fear and horror. At this moment, Du Xiaofu finally knew why the successor of the Great Snow Mountain, Lian Qingrong, wanted to escape. Obviously, she provoked the divine soul-devouring ant and was being chased by it. She had no choice but to escape. Chapter 1605. Du Xiaofu knew about the divine soul-devourer ants. If the lion's roar demonic beetle was already terrifying enough, then the divine soul-devourer ants were at least 30 times more terrifying and difficult to deal with than the lion's roar demonic beetle. Whether it was speed or defense, the divine soul-devourer ants far surpassed the lion's roar demonic beetle. The most terrifying thing was that these divine soul-devourer ants not only devoured flesh and primordial spirit, but also had terrifying spiritual intelligence. They were vengeful, and if anyone provoked these divine soul-devourer ants, they would be hunted down and killed. Buzz, buzz! The overwhelming divine soul-devourer ants whizzed through the air, ignoring Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin. They directly chased after the descendant of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong. There's actually such a terrifying creature in the divine domain. Even with Su Muxin's personality, she gasped at this moment. Her red lips slightly parted as she said, "Fortunately, these divine soul-devourer ants didn't attack us. These divine soul-devourer ants are chasing after the descendant of the great snow mountain. It's enough for him to suffer." Du Xiaofu's clear eyes moved. He was also secretly moved. Lian Qingrong's strength was absolutely powerful. He couldn't gain the upper hand even with his full strength. Although he didn't use his full strength just now, the other party obviously had a trump card. It was hard to tell who would win in the end. Originally, Du Xiaofu thought that he could sweep through everything in the divine domain. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. There was actually a nirvana supremacy from thousands of years ago who had entered the divine domain. He hoped that there was only one of them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. "Are you okay?" Su Muxin sized up Du Xiaofu. The battle with Lian Qingrong just now was so shocking. She still remembered that when they were in the Tianhuang mainland, he was only a martial honor. However, in the blink of an eye, he had become so powerful. "I'm fine. If he didn't run, I could definitely beat him down." Du Xiaofu patted his chest as if he was making a solemn vow. "He's very strong. He's the successor of the great snow mountain, and his inheritance is no less than that of the 9 great clans." While they were speaking, Su Muxin arrived beside Du Xiaofu. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind, and the curves of her body were moving. She was both charming and holy, and her temperament was very special. Her charm was enough to make all living things infatuated, and her holiness was inviolable. Du Xiaofu curled his lips and said, "I'm also very strong. I'm a greater supreme nirvana, and he's only a lesser supreme." Su Muxin was somewhat speechless. Was this really the world-famous Savage Demon King? She opened her pearly white teeth and said, "I have to go find Senior Sister and Jian. The people from the School of Vertical and Horizontal and Legalism are causing trouble for our Hahuan school. I'll go with you." Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, and his expression immediately became gloomy. His clear eyes revealed an undisguised chill as he said, "They're making a move on the Hahuan school because of me. It seems like I have to do something." "What do you plan to do?" Su Muxin asked. "Just take care of them," Du Xiaofu said in a relaxed manner. The School of Legalism and Vertical and Horizontal also have many experts. You have to be careful. I've received news that this time the School of Legalism and Vertical and Horizontal have sent in some monstrous geniuses. Su Muxin rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and said, "You're a supreme nirvana, and your strength isn't restricted here. However, it's hard to say if the School of Legalism and Vertical and Horizontal doesn't have any. If we're besieged at that time, we'll be the ones to suffer. I'm not afraid of being besieged. I like to win with fewer people the most." Du Xiaofu suddenly turned his gaze to Su Muxin and said, "You just said we. Do you want to go with us? The School of Vertical and Horizontal and Legalism are making a move on the Hahuan school. I can't just ignore it." Su Muxin's expression was slightly cold as she said, "I was originally worried that the School of Vertical and Horizontal and Legalism would make a move on the Hahuan school. Now I don't have to worry anymore. If we don't fight back, they'll really think that the Hahuan school is a pushover. I'm the one who implicated the Hahuan school." Du Xiaofu was well aware that his title as the Hahuan school's supervisor had implicated the Hahuan school. That was why the School of Legalism and Vertical and Horizontal were making a move on the Hahuan school. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also had some doubts in his heart. If the school of legalism were to make a move on the Hahuan school, it would still make sense. However, he didn't know why the school of vertical and horizontal would make a move on the Hahuan school. He didn't seem to have much of a grudge with the school of vertical and horizontal. All he did was win some treasures. However, since the school of vertical and horizontal wanted to get involved, Du Xiaofu didn't intend to be polite. In any case, he didn't have to worry about his debts and enemies. In that case, they shouldn't blame him for being rude. Let's go. We're also going to the center of the divine dominion. Rumor has it that the greatest opportunity lies in the center of the divine dominion. Su Muxin said. Her eyes were clear, and her long dress fluttered in the wind. Her exquisite and curvaceous figure was like a beautiful painting on this flattened mountain range. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, it's time to settle the score, Du Xiaofu said softly. A hint of coldness flashed across his clear eyes. Whoosh, whoosh! Then the two figures disappeared from the mountain range. In a flash, they were nowhere to be seen. Outside an ancient cave, there were many people surrounding it. However, no one dared to take half a step in. This was because there were disciples of legalism outside the cave, and they were all occupied by legalism. Damn it! The school of legalism has gone too far. What can we do? We're not as strong as them. With the legalism experts inside, we're no match for them. Many creatures around were angry, but there was nothing they could do. Even if they were at the same level, they were no match for the disciples of legalism. After a few outlaws and a few powerful demonic beasts were killed on the spot by the disciples of legalism, the surrounding people were so intimidated that no one dared to take half a step forward. Whoosh, whoosh! 2 golden streams of light broke through the sky. Before the 2 disciples of legalism outside the ancient cave could react, they were pierced through between their eyebrows and killed. Chi La! The 2 life-saving talismans soared through the air and left. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. Strands of ancient runes appeared in his palm, as if they had fused together with the space. This was the result of the last time he was immersed in comprehending. He had made slight progress. As the ancient runes appeared in Du Xiaofu's palm, the 2 life-saving talismans froze in the void as if they were attracted by something. Voila! Just as Du Xiaofu was about to move, the ancient runes in his palm cracked, and the 2 life-saving talismans disappeared in an instant. Sigh. I'm still lacking a bit. Du Xiaofu sighed. He was still lacking a bit, and he couldn't completely comprehend the profound meaning contained within the life-saving talismans. Otherwise, he would have been able to control them just now. Who dares to touch a disciple of legalism? Outside the cave, several disciples of legalism shouted. Bang! A dazzling claw landed, tearing one of them apart. In midair, Su Muxin's beautiful figure swept down. Her curves were exquisite, and she was both bewitching and holy. As her figure landed on the ground, a soul storm swept out, causing one of the disciples of legalism to become sluggish. Then, his forehead was pierced through by a stream of energy. Bang, bang, bang! 3 muffled sounds rang out, and the remaining 3 people were once again killed by Du Xiaofu with ease. There are still people inside, Su Muxin said softly. Her attacks were also bewitching, and her voice was like the sounds of nature. There might be some dangers inside. Let's just wait for them to come. A sinister smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face as he looked at the ancient cave in front of him. It was incomparably majestic, and there were waves of multicolored light circulating around it. It was definitely extraordinary. There might be some astonishing treasures inside, but there might also be great dangers. It's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He is the one who killed a disciple of legalism, the surrounding people exclaimed. Some of them were from the central province, and some of them recognized the Demon King. There's also the alluring phantom Su Muxin, the headmaster of Hahuan School. There were also some cultivators from Shang province who recognized Su Mushin. Why are the alluring phantoms Su Mushin and the Demon King together? What's so strange about this? The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is the headmaster of Hahuan School. Rumor has it that the legalism and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, have a deep grudge. It seems like the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is here to cause trouble for the legalism. The surrounding people were discussing, and some tactful people immediately retreated. There were many experts from legalism inside the cave. When the time comes, a great battle would be unavoidable, and they didn't want to be involved. Sure enough, after a while, 30 or so disciples from legalism walked out of the cave. They all had joyful expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they had gained a lot in the cave. They were majestic and proud, and their temperaments were extraordinary. Even though everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the same level in the divine domain, they still seemed to be a level above the rest. Seeing the disappearance of the people outside the cave, it wasn't hard for someone to guess that someone must have killed them. He immediately shouted, "Who dares to touch the people from legalism? Come out." "The ones I killed were from legalism. What's with the shouting?" Du Xiaofu lazily leaned on a rock and stretched. Du Xiaofu, the dozens of disciples from legalism, all looked over. When they saw the familiar figure, their expressions suddenly changed. "Kill!" Du Xiaofu didn't hold back. He didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a large saber shadow flew out from his right palm. It erupted with runes and cut through the void. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wherever the saber shadow passed, it contained the power of the 9 palaces. The dozens of disciples from legalism were killed in a few breaths of time, leaving behind a large pile of treasures and spatial pouches. There were life-saving talismans floating in front of Du Xiaofu, but they soon disappeared. I must find these life-saving talismans. Otherwise, I would have done it for nothing. Du Xiaofu frowned. If there were life-saving talismans, killing these disciples from legalism was equivalent to killing them for nothing. There are quite a lot of things. However, Du Xiaofu then revealed a smile. These disciples from legalism left quite a lot of things, and he didn't hesitate to take them all. "Everyone, where are the people from legalism and school of vertical and horizontal?" Du Xiaofu asked the surrounding creatures. He wanted to find the people from legalism and school of vertical and horizontal. There are people from legalism not far ahead. 6 hours ago, a treasure appeared on the left. I saw people from the school of vertical and horizontal. The spectators in the surroundings returned to their senses from their shock. Originally, they had thought that there would be a shocking battle, but they had never thought that in just a few breaths, the several dozen extraordinary and arrogant disciples of the school of legalism would be slain by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1606. None of the creatures had a good impression of the people from the 9 great families, who had occupied a lot of places. They all began to inform them of the news. "Many thanks." Du Xiaofu and Su Mushin left to search for people from the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Several hours later, a group of disciples from the school of vertical and horizontal stood on top of a huge mountain peak. They were full of arrogance as they looked down on all creatures. There were huge beasts and spiritual birds that could not be defeated. Who dares to touch the things that the school of vertical and horizontal wants? A young man stood on top of the mountain like a deity. He held a long spear in his hand and looked down on everyone. His aura was like a divine dragon, and his aura was like a fierce tiger. His whole body was covered in dazzling runes. Bang! With a low muffled sound, a golden figure descended and blasted him apart with a punch. A young man in purple battle clothes appeared. Chi La! A beautiful woman descended. Her energy pierced through the void and killed many of the followers of the school of vertical and horizontal. She spoke with a voice like the sounds of nature and cold. Do you think the Hahuan school of the school of vertical and horizontal is easy to bully? The young man in purple battle clothes stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal with undisguised, killing intent. Do you want to kill yourselves? Or do you want me to do it? Heavens, who is that person? He actually wants the school of vertical and horizontal to kill themselves. It's Su Mushin from the Hahuan school and the demon king Du Xiaofu. The creatures in the surroundings cried out in alarm. Someone immediately recognized the two. Du Xiaofu, you dare kill people from the school of vertical and horizontal. On the mountain peak, the group of people from the school of vertical and horizontal came to their senses. They stood together and faced each other with weapons. Fierce killing intent filled the air as their eyes revealed ominous glints. The ones I killed were the school of vertical and horizontal. Go out and tell them that if they dare to touch the people around me, don't even think about leaving a single one of them in the divine domain. Du Xiaofu replied, You dare to provoke the school of vertical and horizontal? Kill. A young man shouted. He knew that Du Xiaofu was extraordinary. He had seen it with his own eyes, but he was not afraid because they had the numbers and everyone's cultivation were suppressed. Rumble. In an instant, dozens of attacks arrived at the same time, blasting towards Du Xiaofu and Su Mushin without holding back at all. Roar. Swish, 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 swish. Du Xiaofu activated his domineering aura and roared. The roar of a dragon and the trumpeting of a divine elephant shook the 9 heavens, causing many disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal to explode. The illusory saber formation in his hand was activated and killed another 10 people. Chi la la! Su Mushin only managed to kill a few followers from the school of vertical and horizontal. The rest were intentionally killed by Du Xiaofu. After collecting a large pile of treasures and cosmos bags, the 2 figures swaggered off. Oh my God! Some people in the distance were so shocked that they went limp. That demon king was too terrifying. The school of vertical and horizontal was not his match at all. It was a massacre. In the following days, there would be disciples from the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal being killed every few hours. The killers were all Demon King Du Xiaofu. The Demon King Du Xiaofu was wantonly searching for people from the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism. This news caused an uproar in the divine realm. It's too tragic. More than 100 disciples from the legalism were killed until their heads bled. Some of the top disciples from the legalism had to run away in blood. Not only that, but the 300 people from the school of vertical and horizontal were almost all defeated by the demon king Du Xiaofu. Only a few managed to escape. They were as miserable as dogs. The legalism has always had a grudge against the demon king Du Xiaofu. I don't know how the school of vertical and horizontal got involved. The demon king Du Xiaofu is taking revenge. Too terrifying. The demon king Du Xiaofu is too strong. The legalism and school of vertical and horizontal were no match for him. They could only be crushed. Many places in the divine realm were abuzz with discussions. Bastard, we can't let that brat go. He's provoking the school of vertical and horizontal. We won't let him go. On the Chunhuang mainland, Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, Gong Sanhua, and the other old ancestors were furious. In just a few days, several hundred disciples from the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism were killed. That demon king said he's going to start a massacre. He'll kill everyone he sees. Du Xiaofu is too despicable. He's purposely causing the legalism disciples to commit suicide. That demon king said that even if the old things from the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism go in, he'll kill everyone he sees. The Desolate Nations people are also attacking the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, and the golden-winged rocks. They're the most savage. They don't put the legalism disciples in their eyes. A large group of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal's disciples were furious. However, their eyes were filled with fear and trepidation. Within the divine realm, the desolate nations and golden-winged rocks were also attacking the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal. It could be said that the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal were completely surrounded and annihilated. Lawless. This is a provocation, an absolute provocation. If I don't kill that brat, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. The elders and experts of the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal were on the verge of collapse. They were stamping with rage. You can't even withstand a single blow. How dare you be so arrogant? On the Chunhuang mainland, the old lady of the golden-winged rocks said this sentence. Her wrinkled face was full of smiles. She didn't take the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism seriously at all. Legalism is in trouble. Bloody bad luck. The school of vertical and horizontal is also involved. They're probably regretting it so much that their intestines are turning green. That little demon king is really scary. He's killing everyone by himself. Many super experts in the surroundings were enjoying the show. They stroked their beards and laughed. Within the divine realm, there was also the sun, moon, and stars. Everything was no different from the outside world. At night, the moonlight was like a ribbon. A graceful figure was shrouded in the moonlight. She was holy and enchanting, moving one's heart and soul. In the mountains, under the moonlight, she was like a fairy that had descended into the mortal world. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? The legalism won't let you off. A legalism disciple was imprisoned. When he saw the familiar figure in front of him, his hair stood on end. Fear crept out from the depths of his primordial spirit. However, he had a life-saving talisman. Even if he didn't die, he still had something to rely on. Du Xiaofu ignored this legalism disciple. Ancient runes flew out from his palm, twisting the void and spreading out a mysterious power. At this moment, the shining life-saving talisman between the legalism disciples' eyebrows seemed to be attracted by something. It started to move like a living thing, as if it was about to be sucked out. Ka! But in the end, the legalism disciple's eyebrows cracked. His body exploded into a bloody mist, and the life-saving talisman disappeared. Sigh! Du Xiaofu sighed. He put away a few Qingquan bags and 2 high-grade Dharma artifacts with a disappointed expression. What's wrong? Su Muxin walked over with a slight frown on her face. I killed the 7th one too, Du Xiaofu said helplessly. He captured a few people and wanted to study their life-saving talismans, but he didn't succeed. It's not easy to study a life-saving talisman. Rumor has it that there were some extremely talented people who wanted to study it, but they didn't find anything. Su Muxin said, but I did find something. It won't take long for me to succeed. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with determination. Although he failed time and time again, he gained something new every time, especially in the time ultimacy, space ultimacy, primordial spirit ultimacy, vitality ultimacy, and other ultimacies. This made Du Xiaofu even more confident that he could carve out his own path. I hope you succeed. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Su Muxin's clear eyes moved slightly. She could see that this guy was stubborn, and not many people could compare to him. She then said softly, I still haven't found Senior Sister and Jian. I hope they are safe. Don't worry too much. Even if something happens, they have life-saving talismans. Du Xiaofu comforted. He thought of the laughing Rakshasa, Tang Meiling, and couldn't help but frown. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. At night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Many people gathered in the valley, and there were at least 1,000 of them. Waves of invisible aura spread out, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Too arrogant. We can't let that kid go. Let's kill him together. A handsome young man appeared in the sky. His eyes were filled with runes and filled with dragon might. It was as if the might of a true dragon had descended. He was the Dragon Fifth, a terrifying existence among the dragons. He was still brooding over his defeat at the hands of Du Xiaofu in the legalism tournament. I've received confirmation that the kid's last attack was not far from here. The sky is already dark, so he must have settled down nearby. An outstanding young man was wrapped in radiance. He was Zhang Wenzheng from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He was also one of the top experts among the younger generation of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He was in the same boat as the dragon. He was still brooding over his defeat last time. He's a Nirvana Realm Grand Supreme. He's very strong. A young man in his late 20s said. He was dressed in a brocade robe, and his dazzling black eyes were like obsidian. He exuded a heroic and awe-inspiring temperament, but there was a hidden sharpness in his eyes like an eagle's. The young man's invisible aura was oppressive, making people feel an inexplicable sense of danger. He was Han Qianran, the strongest existence among the younger generation of the legalism tournament. He had been seriously injured last time, but he had recovered with the support of the legalism tournament. Dragon Fifth and Zhang Wenzheng were also somewhat suppressed by Han Qianran. They knew that they weren't as strong as him. There are so many of us. Can't we kill that kid? Dragon Fifth asked. There were more than 1,000 people in the God domain, and they were all at the initial stage of the domain realm. They didn't believe that they couldn't deal with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, alone. He's extraordinarily strong. If we want to kill him, we have to be fully prepared. If we were outside, we might not have a good chance, but in the God domain it's our chance. Han Qianran said. His dark eyes flashed with coldness in the moonlight. He had been rising proudly, and it wouldn't take long for him to become the pillar of the legalism tournament and carry the banner of the legalism tournament. However, the defeat not long ago had caused him to suffer a disastrous decline. He knew that if he didn't kill Du Xiaofu this time, it would affect his future cultivation and become a stubborn obstacle. The next morning, the morning sun rose and shone on the mountains. Crack, Du Xiaofu stretched and felt comfortable all over. Chapter 1607. It's time to go. Su Muxin floated over. Her graceful figure made Du Xiaofu swallow his saliva. Then, with a righteous expression, he said, "Let's continue our search. If we meet people from the School of Legalism or the School of Vertical and Horizontal, it's their bad luck." Demon King, I saw people from the School of Legalism not far ahead. There are quite a few of them, dozens of them. After a while, a dozen or so young men and women spoke up on the main road. They were very enthusiastic about Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin's journey. "Is that so? Can you bring me there?" Du Xiaofu asked with a faint smile. "Sure." They hesitated for a moment and looked at each other, but nodded in the end. "You really want to go?" Su Muxin asked Du Xiaofu. She felt that these young men and women were a little strange. Their eyes were flickering, and they kept looking around. There must be something wrong. "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Du Xiaofu smiled and said to Su Muxin, "Follow me closely, don't get lost." Su Muxin's eyes flickered. She already understood and nodded. Swoosh, swoosh, the dozen people led the way. Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin followed and turned into a rainbow. It's just a little ahead. An hour later, in front of a vast valley, the dozen people stopped and said to Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin. Du Xiaofu looked around. There was no one around, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "There's an ambush. There are talisman formations around us." Su Muxin's expression changed. Her Yuan Shen was very powerful, and she was also a talisman master. She noticed some clues. "Kiki, you dare to touch the School of Vertical and Horizontal? I won't forgive you." The leader of the group immediately changed his expression. He was a follower of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. Because he was unfamiliar with Du Xiaofu, he had been searching everywhere for him. They were also part of the group that went out to search for the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. However, they were lucky and encountered the Demon King, which led them here. Rumble! As soon as the young man and woman finished speaking, numerous pillars of light shot up into the sky. The light was dazzling, and there were talisman matrices that were activated. They covered the sky and the sun, and their pressure spread out in all directions. They were powerful and shocking. That terrifying sound enveloped heaven and earth. Killing intent rushed into the heavens. This was a great killing formation. Along with the activation of the talisman formation, the surrounding space changed as winds and clouds surged, and the 10+ young men and women instantly vanished. This is a killing formation. They've set up a killing trap. Su Mushin frowned. She could feel that the terrifying killing formation around her was extraordinary. It's all right. Stand by my side. Don't stray too far from me. Du Xiaofu spoke. His gaze was firm and confident, and it was also frightening. Su Mushin looked at Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, she felt a sense of security. It was as if everything would be fine if she stood by his side, and she wouldn't have to worry anymore. She had never had such a feeling before. It tugged at her heartstrings. That feeling was indescribable. She was a little absent-minded, but it was very wonderful. Rumble, roar, in an instant the space within the great formation collapsed. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. Stars fell, winds rose, and clouds surged. There were also countless ferocious beasts that pounced over. Their killing intent was revealed, and they covered the sky and the earth as they pressed down. Hold me tight. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and hugged the graceful and alluring figure in his arms. His footsteps were ethereal and unpredictable. Those frightening, murderous intents that were descending would quietly and strangely disappear around him. Su Mushin was stunned. The last time was an illusion, but this was the first time a man was so close to her, and he even hugged her tightly. But in the end, her hand still wrapped around his waist. A strange feeling tugged at her heartstrings. Boom! At the same time, golden light erupted from Du Xiaofu's body, and an enormous golden ape with a sparkling and translucent body appeared. Mysterious talisman markings that covered the sky surged around its body, and they carried silver-gold arcs of lightning that caused the surrounding space to ripple violently. Aolo! This was the red-bone horse ape. Its roar was like thunder, and its innate spirit eyes looked down on everything in the world. It suddenly swung its claw, and lightning arcs overflowed in all directions. It brought with it a hazy radiance, as if it was the beginning of the world. A terrifying aura erupted, as if it could sweep through all directions and suppress everything. Swish! This claw tore apart space and destroyed the killing intent within the great formation. It brought with it an indescribable pressure as it tore apart the great formation. Vast and mighty energy swept through the sky like a flood, and a low muffled sound resounded in the sky. Rumble! Suddenly the sound waves were sonorous and ear-splitting. The runes and energy that filled the sky spread out in all directions. Then the terrifying killing formation was directly destroyed, and the runes and energy that filled the sky dissipated in the canyon. Thousands of figures appeared in all directions of the canyon, and their expressions changed. They didn't expect the Demon King to forcefully break the formation so quickly. Su Mushin let go of Du Xiaofu, and a slight blush appeared on her charming face, but it disappeared in a flash. Dragon Fifth, Zhang, Wanzheng, Han Qianran, Du Xiaofu swept his gaze across the surroundings and saw a few familiar figures. His face was cold, and a sneer appeared on his lips. They've set up a killing formation. Su Mushin's eyes focused. She could feel the fierce, killing intent in the surroundings. Thousands of figures revealed killing intent in their eyes. This was a terrifying killing formation, luring them in and then killing them. Thousands of people, and they were experts from the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal. Su Mushin focused, and she was worried. This was a sure kill formation set up by the other party. So many people were set up just to kill the two of them. We meet again. Dragons, school of vertical and horizontal and legalism. Is this an alliance? At this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't care. He looked at Zhang Wanzheng, Dragon Fifth, and Han Qianran and smiled faintly. At this moment, Dragon Fifth, Han Qianran, Zhang Wenjing, and the others felt a chill. They didn't know why, but their hearts suddenly trembled, and they felt a little uneasy. Du Xiaofu, you provoked the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, and also provoked the dragons. This time you're dead. Zhang Wenjing suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said coldly, "Ha, did you see that? That kid seems to have lost his life-saving talisman." "He doesn't have a life-saving talisman." Dragon Fifth's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had discovered a new continent. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, didn't have a life-saving talisman between his eyebrows. Swish, swish! Suddenly all eyes swept over and landed on Du Xiaofu's forehead. "Haha, the heavens are really helping me. Without a life-saving talisman, that kid is dead this time." In an instant, many disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism laughed excitedly, as if they had won the lottery. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, didn't have a life-saving talisman and could be killed in one fell swoop. However, they had life-saving talismans on them. "Protect yourself." Du Xiaofu's voice fell into Su Muxin's ears. He said softly, "If you're injured, I'll feel terrible." Boom! In the next moment, Du Xiaofu attacked first. He took the initiative to attack first. "Do you think you can do anything to me just because you have more people? A few days ago, I didn't have enough fun killing. Today, I can have fun." After shouting, Du Xiaofu's figure turned into a golden lightning, like a human-shaped rock. Boom! Du Xiaofu punched out with a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's roar. A large area of space exploded, and more than a dozen creatures who didn't dodge were blown up. The mountains below collapsed, and the earth cracked, turning into ruins. "Attack quickly, surround him." In an instant, Dragon Fifth, Han Qianran, and Zhang Wenjing's expressions changed, and they shouted loudly. In an instant, densely packed attacks came from all directions. Roar! Boom! Meridian spirits roared, martial veins were activated, treasures were in the air. There were terrifying spiritual roots, and there were frightening primordial spirit attacks. Roar! There were also many ferocious demonic beasts that followed the dragons. They turned into huge bodies and covered the sky, occupying the void. All of these attacks were directed at Du Xiaofu from all directions. Rumble! In the sky above the canyon, the wind and clouds surged. The void was dazzling and blazing, and destructive power covered the sky. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness, and pitch-black cracks appeared in the space. This was a sure kill trap set up by Han Qianran, Dragon Fifth, and Zhang Wenjing. More than 1,000 people surrounded Du Xiaofu. At this moment, these 1,000 people were all in the early stages of the martial domain realm. They did not believe that they could not kill Du Xiaofu. The densely packed attacks from all directions destroyed everything. Dragon Fifth, Zhang Wenjing, and Han Qianran watched coldly from behind. They didn't care how many of those people died, not to mention that they still had a life-saving talisman. What they wanted was Du Xiaofu's life, and they didn't move now. They were just watching from the sidelines. They wanted to give the Demon King the most fatal blow at the most suitable time. Buzz. Du Xiaofu made his move, and the illusory saber formation was activated. Hundreds of saber lights broke through the air, cutting through the void, containing the 9 palaces of Yin and Yang. Purple flames rolled, turning into a sea of fire, and a huge purple flame demon phoenix shadow appeared in the sky. Sumeru illusion. Xiaoyang seal. Taiyin seal. Du Xiaofu made his move. Everywhere he passed, blood mist poured, and screams of agony could be heard. Demon King Du Xiaofu's figure destroyed everything in its path. It crushed everything in all directions, and it was incomparably disdainful. Pun descends to the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu rushed towards the crowd, and instead of retreating, an illusory Pung golden wing condensed behind his back. A golden sun hung in the sky, and majestic light filled the air. It was like a pung spreading its wings, soaring to the 9 heavens, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged pung bird race. Roar! The ferocious birds and beasts that were pouncing from all directions felt such a terrifying aura. They screamed and roared, and their bodies prostrated. Buzz! Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and a purple-gold light bloomed in the sky. The purple-gold heavenly palace was in his hand, and dazzling talisman patterns rushed out from the purple-gold heavenly palace. It was like a tiger's bones and dragon's bones, like a heavenly phoenix soaring into the sky, like a red phoenix facing the morning sun, crossing the 9 heavens. A dazzling energy erupted from the purple-gold heavenly palace like a suppressed volcano. The god of weapons, Peerless in the sky. Roar! Woo-woo! This mouthful had the roars of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and turtles, and roars in all directions. There were also gusts of wind and thunder, and the cries of ghosts and gods, as if there were gods and demons roaring. Legalism, kill! Kill! Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved the purple-gold heavenly palace in his hand, and streaks of sword aura raged in the sky like thunder, cutting a large number of figures into pieces. School of vertical and horizontal, kill! Mixed blood dragon, kill! The purple-gold heavenly palace was in the sky, and the cries of dragons and turtles were heard. A terrifying sword aura swept across the sky, causing the mountains around the valley to collapse and the ground to crack. The terrifying killing intent made one's soul tremble. A large number of demonic beasts were killed, and many figures were cut into pieces. Chi-La, the sword aura swept out. Not only could it devour the artifact spirits of Dharma and Tao artifacts, it could also kill everything. Kill as many as you see. Du Xiaofu's clear eyes were filled with purple-gold lightning and became blood-red. The monstrous killing intent was not concealed, and it swept across the sky. At this moment, this peerless demon king exploded, destroying everything and starting a massacre. Chapter 1608. Blade radiance danced in the air, killing in all directions. Nothing could stop it. The appearance of the sword radiance shook the heavens and the earth, destroying everything in its path. Rumble! Ah! The surrounding energy rumbled like thunder, and a terrifying, baleful aura rippled crazily. There were endless screams, but soon after, the slaughtered creatures were wrapped in life-saving talismans and disappeared in the canyon. Buzz, buzz! Wind and thunder rumbled. Du Xiaofu's golden wings spread out behind him. He used the rock descends from the 9 heavens to suppress all directions. He was like a human-shaped rock. With a terrifying physical body, Du Xiaofu was able to ensure his safety. He was not afraid of any attacks from all directions. With the rock of 10,000 miles and the wave-like, carefree steps, his figure was like an unpredictable lightning as he killed his enemies. Kill! Du Xiaofu roared. Golden light shone brightly as he attacked like a storm. He was like the demon king, like a god of war. His killing intent was overflowing. Around the canyon, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The void collapsed, and a large part of the canyon turned into ruins. Countless boulders were crushed into powder. Thousands of creatures, including many huge demonic beasts, were surrounded and attacked. At this moment, they were still being slaughtered. They screamed and fled. Kill! 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 Du Xiaofu's purple battle robe was stained with blood. He held the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand and started a massacre. Groups of experts fell. Their bodies were cut into pieces and blood spurted out. At this moment, the entire Qinhuang mainland was shaken by what had happened. One figure after another fell from the space of the god domain, and one after another, huge demonic beasts were sent out. All of them were horrified. Demon King Du Xiaofu did it. He did it alone. There were 2, but there was a woman who didn't make a move. It was all done by that Demon King Du Xiaofu. Silhouettes fell one after another. In their shock, they informed the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal, as well as the elders and experts of the dragons, that they had been killed by the demon king Du Xiaofu. If it wasn't for their life-saving talismans, they would have been completely annihilated. Large numbers of people were still falling from the sky. Dozens of them, hundreds of them. More and more people were being killed, falling from the divine domain to the Chanhuang mainland. The demon king was killed by Du Xiaofu alone. This is heaven-defying. Terrifying. That demon king is too terrifying. The entire Chanhuang mainland was shaken. Even the ancestor-level experts from the various clans and races were shocked. One person had killed hundreds of martial domain realm cultivators, and he was still killing in all directions. How terrifying was that? Demon King. That's the real Demon King. Too savage. An ancestor-level expert spoke. He was very shocked. If it wasn't for their life-saving talismans, then the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons would have suffered heavy losses. The dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism worked together, but in the end, they were killed by the Demon King. Too powerful. It would be great if I could see it with my own eyes. On the Chanhuang mainland, everyone was discussing. The Demon King was killing in a frenzy. The kind of ruthless killing had shocked them, and they all wanted to see it with their own eyes. The legalism ancestor, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons experts were all twitching. Their expressions were ugly, and their faces were gloomy to the extreme. So many people, and the three major powers had worked together, but in the end they were killed and ravaged by the Demon King. It was like a slap in the face in front of the whole world. It was a painful slap in the divine domain in the canyon. Su Muxin was also attacking with all her strength. Although it was not easy for her at the moment, and she was also being attacked from all sides, the pressure was not great. Everyone was shocked and attracted by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Those who besieged her were worried about the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Their hearts were trembling, and they were not in the mood to fight fiercely with her. Kill. Du Xiaofu had a set of saber formation, a purple-gold long sword, and a golden-winged rock phantom behind him. He was killing in all directions, and his attacks shook the sky. Dragon Fifth, Zhang Wenjiang, and Han Qianran's expressions changed. They did not expect this result. The killing formation could not stop Du Xiaofu, and these thousands of people could not stop Du Xiaofu. He was like an unstoppable realm, and no one could stop him. He was killing in all directions. There's no time to lose. Attack with all your strength and kill this monster, Han Qianran shouted. They could not delay any longer. Ayo, boom! In an instant, the dragon aura around Dragon Fifth surged, and he turned into a giant white dragon that was thousands of feet long and rushed out. The terrifying dragon aura descended. This was a real giant dragon with shining, white dragon scales and 5 claws on its abdomen. Its power rushed to the sky, and its huge body crossed the void. Its eyes were like the sun, and a roar was heard from the ferocious dragon's mouth. Ao, 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 ao. The dragon's roar was endless, and all kinds of supreme talisman patterns covered the sky. Countless giant dragon phantoms were suspended in the sky, penetrating the void and shaking the soul. It was as if the world was about to collapse. Kill! Zhang Wenjiang attacked. Mist lingered around his body, and his eyes suddenly burst out with bright light. Blazing runes shot out from his eyes, like a burning sea of fire, mysterious and terrifying. The blazing flames suddenly surged, and Zhang Wenjing's killing intent was also monstrous. He turned into a sea of fire, and like a tide of flames, it distorted the void of this side of the world, and swept towards Du Xiaofu. Qi La! Han Qianran's body was surging with divine light like a miracle. He opened his eyes, and a terrifying beam of light swept out like thunder. He had activated the half-step sovereign martial vein. A white tiger phantom turned into a real spirit, shining with white light and peerless in the sky. The heavenly soul divine thunder densely covered the void, and several terrifying means were fusing and gathering together. In an instant, thunder and lightning rushed to the sky, and the white tiger roared. Some ferocious beasts spread their wings and soared into the sky. There were dragon phantoms roaring, and they turned into strange phenomena of heaven and earth. The void was collapsing, and the sky was falling, and the earth was cracking. This was the legalism's power of Dharma. The power of Dharma combined, and the power of Dharma was boundless. It was like a supreme being overlooking the common people. The three terrifying experts of the same generation attacked with all their strength, and without any reservation. They attacked together, wanting to kill Du Xiaofu. The three terrifying attacks came at him, and the void was shining brightly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and it was as if there were bursts of thunder. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, holding the sword in his hand. He sneered and said calmly, "Didn't anyone tell you that I've already stepped into the Nirvana realm? I'm not suppressed, but you guys are just in the martial field." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's black hair fluttered in the wind. He no longer concealed his aura, and his eyes flashed with purple-gold lightning as he raised his sword again. Rumble! At the same time, Du Xiaofu activated his martial vein, and the purple-gold lightning talisman covered his body. Suddenly, the surrounding lightning arcs surged violently and shone brightly. At this moment, the sky was filled with rolling thunderclouds, and a supreme pressure descended. The purple-gold lightning surrounded him, and he was like a bright thunder sun in the sky, blooming brightly. Under the terrifying power, the entire void was distorted. This was the power of Nirvana, and it was much stronger than Han Qianran, Dragon Fifth, and Zhang Wenjing. Du Xiaofu activated his thunder martial vein, and the rock soared to the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu held his sword and moved forward like a god of war, like a demon king. When he took a step forward, the world trembled and the universe rumbled. Du Xiaofu was not afraid of Zhang Wenjing, Han Qianran, and Dragon Fifth's attacks, and directly slashed out with his sword. Boom! The sword chi was like a rainbow, and the bright purple-gold lightning surged. Du Xiaofu's sword shattered the sea of fire around Zhang Wenjing, and his sword also cut off his head. Kill! Du Xiaofu slashed out again, and the void was split open. The sword radiance exploded with thunder, and Dragon Fifth's head was cut off. Back then, Dragon Fifth was trampled by Du Xiaofu on the legalism martial proof platform. Now that Du Xiaofu had used the purple-gold heavenly palace and stepped into the Nirvana realm, how could Dragon Fifth be his opponent? And you die! Du Xiaofu's killing intent was monstrous, and the purple-gold lightning around his body drowned the void. His eyes suddenly shone with golden light, and his killing intent was monstrous. He slashed at Han Qianran with the strength to split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about this sword, but an incomparably overbearing aura suddenly spread out from the sword, causing the space to violently tremble. Wherever the sword passed, the space almost collapsed, revealing a pitch-black spatial crack. When the sword radiance collided with Han Qianran's magic technique, the sword radiance suddenly drowned the world, and the purple-gold lightning swept in all directions, finally destroying Han Qianran's magic technique. Die! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Han Qianran, and he punched out. The purple-gold lightning surged, and then shattered the void, and the fist blew up Han Qianran's head. On the Chunhuang mainland, people kept falling. Zhang Wenjing of the School of Vertical and Horizontal fell, and his face was full of shock. A white dragon fell, and it shocked everyone. It was Dragon Fifth. Then Han Qianran, who is known as the number 1 of the younger generation of legalism, fell in a sorry state. His pitch-black eyes were filled with shock and fear. Zhang Wenjing of the School of Vertical and Horizontal Dragon Fifth of the Dragons, and Han Qianran of the Legalism. Someone exclaimed. The three of them were definitely the best of the best among their peers in this world. But at this moment, they couldn't withstand a single blow and were killed by Du Xiaofu. Although they survived, they lost their life-saving talismans. That demon king is too strong. Many experts and various forces on the Chunhuang mainland were astonished. They were extremely shocked, causing their hearts to palpitate. We must kill that Hui. We must kill it. Li Qinfa clenched his fists in anger. His body was trembling, and his eyes were burning with anger. Kill it. Don't let it go. We must kill it. Gong Sun was said, his hatred overflowing. We must destroy that Hui. It's provoking our dragon clan time and time again. The expert of the dragons shouted, and the sound waves shook the entire Chunhuang mainland. A group of shameless people, the school of vertical and horizontal legalism, and dragons set up a trap to kill my grandson. But in the end, they couldn't withstand a single blow. They were beaten like dogs by my grandson. And you still dare to be so arrogant? The old lady of the Golden Winged Rock clan did not hesitate to mock herself. She didn't need to guess to know what was going on. In the divine dominion, there were still people falling. The last Jiao dragon fell, and his eyes were filled with fear. After calming down, he said with a trembling voice, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu wants me to deliver a message. Speak. The expert of the dragons asked the Jiao dragon with a gloomy face. The Jiao dragon was a member of the dragon's bloodline and was a member of the dragon clan. The Jiao dragon was cowering. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, That Demon King said that he wants to remove the names of the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism from the divine dominion. He wants the old bastards of the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, to wash their necks clean. When he comes out, he will cut off their heads and kick them like balls. Chapter 1609. We swear to kill this bastard. We won't rest until we kill this bastard. Hearing this, all the experts and elders from the three major powers, the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons, were enraged. They flew into a rage, and their auras shook the entire Chunhuang mainland. That little demon king is really bold. He's not afraid of anything. Many ancestor-level experts were dumbfounded. That little demon king was really too savage. He actually wanted to kick the heads of the ancestors from the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons like balls. This made them shudder with fear, just thinking about it. Goo-goo. Fortunately, we didn't provoke that demon king. In the distance, many experts from various powers trembled and sucked in a breath of cold air. They secretly rejoiced that no one in their own sect had provoked that terrifying demon king. Otherwise, they would definitely have nightmares again and again. Divine Domain Canyon. Everywhere was a mess. It was razed to the ground. In midair, Du Xiaofu stepped on air with the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand. His hair danced in the wind, and his purple battle robe was stained with blood. His face was pale. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also had some minor injuries on his body. Those were from the siege, but they were not serious. His injuries were gradually recovering under the immortal Xian body. Hundreds of blade lights lingered in the void around Su Muxin. Those were the illusionary blade formation that Du Xiaofu activated to protect her. He was afraid that she would be hurt, so he withdrew it at this moment. Finally, it turned into a blade light and swept into his palm. How are you? Su Muxin floated to Du Xiaofu's side. She was worried and deeply shocked by the scene just now. That was an absolutely savage demon king. Thousands of martial domains. Although almost all of them were pseudo-martial domains, they were all killed. This demon king was absolutely savage and terrifying. I'm completely fine. Du Xiaofu smiled. At this moment, there were still more than 10 young and middle-aged men imprisoned in the void in front of him. Qianquan bags, Dao items, and magical items were scattered everywhere. It was like a treasure trove. After that, he cleaned up the battlefield without any hesitation. Su Muxin was a little dazed as she stared at his back. He was still protecting her with his saber array, even when she was surrounded. He was a little glib-tongued and didn't seem serious, but at the crucial moment he made her feel more at ease than she had ever felt before. Even just now she felt at ease. "I want to go into seclusion." After tidying everything up, Du Xiaofu said to Su Muxin. Looking at the dozen people who were imprisoned in front of him, he wanted to work harder on the research of the life-saving talisman. Otherwise, killing so many people would have been in vain. With a life-saving talisman, it was impossible to truly hurt the hearts of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal and dragons. "I'll protect you." Su Muxin nodded. Whoosh, whoosh! A moment later, the two of them disappeared from the canyon along with a dozen or so imprisoned figures. A moment later, in a spacious cave under an abyss, Du Xiaofu set up a restriction so that only Su Muxin could enter and leave freely. Du Xiaofu set up this restriction with all his strength. Only experts at the level of Lian Qingrong, the successor of the Great Snow Mountain, could break in. Others probably wouldn't have a chance to break that restriction. Du Xiaofu was relieved to go into seclusion. The place where Du Xiaofu went into seclusion was also the ancient desolation space. It could save a lot of time. In the divine dominion space, time was of the essence. Du Xiaofu was now much more open about seeking opportunities in the divine dominion space. The most important thing was to strengthen his own forces. However, it was precisely because of this that he had to seize the time to strengthen himself in the divine dominion space. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go out and deal with those old fellows like legalism. Du Xiaofu's original intention was to deliberately provoke those old fellows. However, Du Xiaofu knew that as long as he went out of the divine dominion space, those old fellows would definitely not let him go. Therefore, he might as well provoke those old fellows. However, he had to work hard to strengthen himself in the divine dominion space. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult when he went out. Du Xiaofu was originally worried about whether the ancient desolation space could be used in the divine dominion space. After probing, Du Xiaofu successfully entered. In the ancient desolation space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and stuffed a bunch of elixirs into his mouth. Recently, he had obtained countless treasures, elixirs and elixirs. It was as if they were inexhaustible. He didn't have to worry about not having enough elixirs. After calming down, Du Xiaofu wanted to go into seclusion. In addition to increasing his strength and going out to deal with those old fellows, at present there were also experts like Lian Qingrong in the divine dominion space. There were also many dangers, such as the divine soul-devouring ant that even Lian Qingrong had to escape from. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but pay attention to this. If he wasn't strong enough, there was only one outcome. That was to stay in the divine dominion space forever. If he wasn't killed, he would fall into a dangerous situation and bleed. Therefore, he had to work hard to improve himself. This was what Du Xiaofu had to work hard for. In the divine dominion space, there were countless opportunities and was suitable for cultivation. However, it was also incomparably cruel. It was the embodiment of natural selection, and there were dangers at all times. Strong, I must become strong. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with determination. Only when he was completely strong could he look down on everything in the divine dominion space. Only then could he go out of the divine dominion space and contend with those old fellows. He might even be able to retaliate against those old fellows like the legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal in the future. After that, Du Xiaofu chewed on the elixirs and looked at the imprisoned people. He looked at the life-saving talismans between their eyebrows and continued to comprehend them. Hula! In the palm of his hand, ancient runes flew out. Du Xiaofu entered the state of comprehending the life-saving talismans. After a while, Du Xiaofu didn't move and immersed himself in it. Soon, he entered the state of comprehension. At this moment, time passed slowly in the outside world. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, killed the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the legalism in one battle. This battle shook the entire divine dominion space. The news spread from all directions and caused a huge commotion in the divine dominion space. In the Chanhuang mainland, the experts and elders of the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons were enraged. Soon they were puzzled. It had been half a month. During this period, the people of the three factions were searching for the Demon King everywhere. However, the Demon King suddenly disappeared. The three factions of the legalism found out from the news that someone was killed. After the shocking battle, the Demon King never appeared again. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. Haha, it seems like the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons can't even find the Demon King, let alone deal with him. Old Man D, a Ho of the school of vertical and horizontal, said. He wasn't afraid of Li Qinfa, Gong Sanhua, and the others. Even if they find him, they'll just be sending themselves to their deaths. The people of the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons probably don't dare to find him. Old Monster Xinghan said with a sanctimonious look. However, his words were the most sinister. I think so too. I'm afraid that the people of the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons have all hidden in the divine dominion space. Bing Mo said with a smile. Humph. Someone from the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragon sneered. That brat probably knows that someone is looking for him. He definitely won't dare to show himself. Li Qinfa's eyes were gloomy as he said, That brat thinks that he'll be fine if he hides. Humph, he'll definitely come out. How dare he jump around without a life-saving talisman? He's dead meat. The divine dominion space was in an uproar. Over the past half a month, the entire divine dominion space was changing. The three major forces of the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons made a big move. All the experts gathered together as much as possible. Then the experts moved together and swept out in all directions. They specifically targeted the disciples of the Huang country, the Golden Winged Rock, and the Hahuan school. They paid high prices and secretly searched for the whereabouts of the disciples of the Huang country, the Golden Winged Rock, and the Hahuan school before killing them. The divine dominion space was turbulent. Disciples of the Huang country, the Hahuan school, and the Golden Winged Rock were constantly killed and fell into the divine dominion space. Under the siege, they were no match for them. However, the Golden Winged Rock was not to be trifled with. The disciples of the Huang country, including the Du family, the Heavenly Beast Hall, and the World Society, were no weaklings. It could be said that all of them had been tempered by the divine thunder. Therefore, in such a battle, there were casualties on both sides. However, under the combined efforts of the school of vertical and horizontal, the legalism and the dragons, the disciples of the Huang country, the Hahuan school, and the Golden Winged Rock were at a disadvantage and suffered more casualties. Obviously, the experts of the three major forces, the school of vertical and horizontal, the legalism, and the dragons, were forcing Du Xiaofu to come out. However, later on, the school of Mo, the school of agriculture, and the school of Yinyang began to intervene. They also secretly joined forces and resisted the attacks of the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. This greatly reduced the pressure on the disciples of the Huang country in the divine dominion space. The school of vertical and horizontal, the legalism, and the dragons joined forces. Du Yunlong and Du Xiaoman were severely injured, but they escaped in the end. The Heavenly Beast Hall's silver-winged demonic condor, the Huang country's Yi Zijin, Tianwu Academy's Gu Xinyan the general, the Seven-Star Hall's Dong Li Diao, Lin Weiqi, and even the older generations Yu Xianzi and Amethyst Venerable were surrounded. In the end, they relied on their treasures to escape and were narrowly killed. A mysterious expert from the school of vertical and horizontal attacked and injured the Golden Winged Rock's Jialo Kaling. In the end, Jialo Juyu joined the battle and fought to a draw with the mysterious expert. That battle was too shocking and terrifying. The dragons, Long Lu, Long Si, and Long Sen appeared and killed many of the heavenly beast hall's demonic beasts. However, it was said that Gue, Che, Phantom Tiger King, and the others escaped in the end. The Huang country's Du Xiaoyao appeared and killed many experts from the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. Rumor has it that the school of Yinyang's Qi Shi and the Purple Star demonic dragon emperor killed many of the dragon's people. The school of agriculture has a Zhou Xiaoluo. Her strength is unstoppable. She joined forces with Jialo Juyu and defeated the mysterious expert from the school of vertical and horizontal. The school of Moism also sent a top expert and killed many of the legalism's people. Strange. The desolate country's 18 heavenly generals killed many of the legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal not long ago. Why did they disappear recently? Those 18 people are terrifying. Each of them can take on 100 people by themselves. The entire divine domain was changing. Various parties were fighting endlessly. In the end, they were evenly matched, and no one could gain much of an advantage. Chapter 1610. In the misty space of the desolate ancient space, the ancient runes in Du Xiaofu's palm pulsed. The space around him twisted and rippled. It was extremely mysterious. Time, space, life force, and primordial spirit. It doesn't seem right either. No. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. Golden light shot out from his eyes as he muttered. I was bewitched and couldn't see the essence. It's too vast. I need to study it carefully from the source to comprehend its original meaning and derivation. After that, Du Xiaofu continued to comprehend in silence. His eyes were tightly shut, and he was like an old monk sitting in meditation. In the desolate ancient space, the dozen or so people who were restrained were in a daze. They felt uneasy. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, dragons. In the depths of the mountains, Du Yunlong's face was ashen. His cloud robes were stained with blood. However, he had used his lightning martial vein and heavenly dragon cover to escape. He had almost been killed. Heal your injuries first. When the time comes, we'll meet up with third brother, Little Yao, Little Qing, and the 18 guards. Then we'll give them a head-on attack. Du Xiaoman said. Her eyes were cold, and her graceful figure was wrapped in lightning. When the time comes, we'll settle the score with them. Du Yunlong's cloud robes shook. Lightning shot out from his eyes, and the two figures disappeared. The mountains were vast and boundless. These mixed-blood dragons actually dared to join forces with legalism and school of vertical and horizontal to deal with my father. Kill every one of them. On the mountain peak, little Xingxing spoke. His tender voice carried an air of absolute nobility. Golden flames rose in his eyes. Behind him, many demonic beasts submitted. We have to find your father first, Chieshi said. Starlight enveloped the area. Many experts from the school of Yinyang followed behind her. Waves of vigorous aura fluctuated. Yinyang Qi enveloped the area. The boundless plains were vast and boundless. The clouds and sky were aligned. Legalism, dragons, school of vertical and horizontal. Do you want to die? A golden-clothed young man with shoulder-length golden hair had a cold expression on his face. He was thin and tall, and his facial features were handsome as if they were carved by a knife. The corners of his mouth originally held a wanton and unrestrained smile, but at this moment it had turned into a cold arc. He was Du Xiaoyao. His resplendent golden eyes seemed capable of seducing souls. At this moment, his murderous intent was surging. His golden eyes emitted a golden light as if they were burning with a golden divine flame. His entire being exuded the aura of an awe-inspiring king. We have to find third young master as soon as possible, and then deal with those bastards. The little tiger stood ramrod straight, like a statue. Its deep, dark eyes were pitch black and filled with an ominous glint. I wonder where Big Brother is right now. Those bastards are definitely going all out to deal with Big Brother. Du Xiaoqing's brows were tightly knitted together. Her ink-black hair was as smooth as a waterfall, all the way to her soft waist and perky buttocks. She was enchanting and graceful. However, at this moment, her devastatingly beautiful face was ice-cold. Within her eyes, azure-red flames were dazzling, as if they could incinerate all things. Beside Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and the little tiger were many of the Du clan's younger generation, and Yao beasts from the heavenly beast hall. Their auras were vigorous and fierce. They'd all just fought a bloody battle not too long ago. The school of Yinyang, the school of Moism, the golden-winged Great Peng clan, and many other Yao beasts from the beast region are also making their moves. The dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the legalism are definitely not having an easy time. Someone spoke. Her words were like pearls. Her voice was soft, clear, and extremely pleasant to the ear. The one who spoke was a woman. She was elegant and refined and had a natural aura about her. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her beautiful eyes were full of hope. As she looked around, she had an elegant and noble temperament that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. Behind her stood many disciples of the school of agriculture. Their vigorous auras fluctuated, and their momentum was astonishing. "Sister Xiao Luo, thank you for your help," said Du Xiaoqing to the elegant woman. "You don't need to thank me." The woman smiled and stood there quietly. She didn't say anything, but her aura was like an orchid. Her appearance was elegant, and her bearing was indescribably noble. "It's just that guy is too much of a scammer. He even took away my Taihang Mountain," said a woman. She was about 28 years old, with a tall and slender figure. Her hair was as black as ink, and her skin was like jade. She exuded an indescribable charm. This was Mo Junyu, who'd been scammed by Du Xiaofu into taking away the Mo clan's precious treasure, Taihang Mountain. After returning to the Mo clan, she'd been scolded quite a bit, but she couldn't voice her grievances. Recently, she'd run into the School of Agriculture by chance. "Sister Junyu, don't worry. When the time comes, I'll definitely ask my brother to return Taihang Mountain to you," said Du Xiaoqing with an embarrassed and intimate smile. She seemed to be making a solemn vow. Ai. Mo Junyu sighed. She'd already received news that Taihang Mountain had been refined by someone. Given the Demon King's personality, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to return it. Time flowed by. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu, who'd entered a meditative state, opened his eyes once again. Golden light surged in his eyes, and ancient runes danced in his palms like flames. The ancient runes changed, from 1 to 2, then to 4, and finally to 8 ancient runes that revolved around Du Xiaofu's body. The 8 ancient runes were arranged in a mysterious manner, and they were connected in a mysterious arc distorting the void. These 8 ancient runes were very strange. Some of them were golden, some of them were white, some of them were filled with lightning, some of them were misty, some of them were blazing with flames, and some of them were howling with wind, rumble. When the 8 runes condensed in Du Xiaofu's palms, 8 invisible forces shot up from the abyss where he'd been in seclusion. They gathered in the firmament, causing the entire divine domain to tremble, before dissipating into nothingness. Every living being in the god domain could feel the commotion, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble violently. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu's eyes were like torches. At this moment, he was enveloped by the 8 ever-changing runes, and he seemed even more resolute. Under the illumination of the light, his body became even more translucent, and he was suffused with a faint purple-gold color. He was like a god. During this period of comprehension, Du Xiaofu felt as if his entire body had been imperceptibly cleansed. His aura was calm, and his eyes were unmoving. However, the imperceptible aura around him had become even stronger. It's not just time, space, vitality, and soul. There's also sky, earth, mountain, lake, thunder, wind, water, and fire. I've finally made some progress. Within the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu murmured softly. His body glowed brightly, and there was a smile in his eyes. Chi! Then Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, and the 8 runes rose up. In the end, they gathered and twisted together, forming a series of runes. They were actually similar to the life-saving runes in the divine domain. Let's do an experiment on you first. Du Xiaofu arrived in front of the first sealed youth. The ancient runes in his palm moved, and with a point of his index finger, the runes flew directly into the youth's forehead. Ka! At this moment, an incredible scene occurred. The life-saving rune between the youth's eyebrows trembled in an instant, and a bright light burst out. It was as if a divine fire was burning, and then it cracked and turned into rune fragments. The light began to dim, and it no longer existed. The life-saving rune had been completely destroyed. When the people around him saw this, they couldn't help but tremble violently. The life-saving rune could be destroyed. This was definitely the scene that they didn't want to see the most. It was also the scene that made their hair stand on end. As expected, I understand now. Du Xiaofu smiled. A stream of light flew out from his fingertip, and it landed between the youth's eyebrows. Chi! A bloody hole appeared between the youth's eyebrows, and his soul scattered. He couldn't be taken away by the life-saving rune. He couldn't be more dead. Everyone was shocked. Fear appeared in their eyes, and their primordial spirits trembled. The Demon King could destroy the life-saving rune, and this made them lose their greatest reliance. Originally, when they were sealed, they thought that no matter what, at least their lives wouldn't be in danger. But now they saw with their own eyes that the Demon King could destroy the life-saving rune, and their mood immediately fell into hell. Swish, swish! A moment later, the remaining dozen people were all killed, and the life-saving rune between their eyebrows shattered. It's just a beginner, but at least there's some progress. Du Xiaofu muttered. His hand seals changed, and 8 ancient runes flew into his body. It was as if they were connected to his body, and it was extremely mysterious. As the 8 ancient runes flew into his body, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly lit up. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to be using these runes to nourish and baptize his body. If someone saw this, they would definitely be scared to death. This guy really dared to use anything. In fact, Du Xiaofu wasn't deliberately using these ancient runes to temper his body. Instead, he felt that these ancient runes could be connected to his body. He just wanted to improve his comprehension and pry into more mysteries. During this seclusion, Du Xiaofu's comprehension of the life-saving rune had made great progress. However, it hadn't reached the extreme, and he had just set foot in it. However, even if he had just set foot in it, it was still a great progress. Du Xiaofu felt that he had obtained a kind of sublimation in his comprehension, and it had made him improve a lot. Even if he attacked now, it was still much stronger than before. It's still early. I'll continue to comprehend for a while. In the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu didn't worry about the problem of time. He continued to silently comprehend, using the 8 ancient runes to baptize his body and sublimate himself. It was as if he was searching for his true self to improve himself. Du Xiaofu also continued to immerse himself in the vast comprehension. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the ground. Radiance rose from his body, and it was related to the 8 ancient symbols. Some were resplendent with golden light, some were dazzling with white light, some were suffused with lightning, some were misty with mist, and some were rising with raging flames. Everything seemed to be deriving. As the ancient runes rose, Du Xiaofu's aura began to grow stronger. His primordial spirit was strengthened, and even his body seemed to become more crystalline. The 8 ancient runes turned into mysterious runes that changed endlessly around his body. They burned like divine flames, releasing the light of concepts. He seemed more and more extraordinary, like a god. During this process, Du Xiaofu's mind was immersed in comprehension. He also felt that he was sublimating, as if he was undergoing nirvana once again. Chapter 1611. Everything was being destroyed, but Du Xiaofu's true self was not destroyed. It was being refined, cleansed, and cleansed, allowing his true self to become clearer and clearer. After an unknown amount of time, Du Xiaofu woke up. The ancient runes on his body were withdrawn, and golden light drilled into his body like golden snakes. His whole body was emitting a divine radiance, giving people a feeling of transcendence and power. I've improved a lot. It's time to come out. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi, shaking the void. Feeling the changes in his body, he was satisfied and smiled. Du Xiaofu came out and saw Su Muxin. Looking at the man in front of her, Su Muxin's heart trembled. She could feel that the guy in front of her was very different from before he went into seclusion. She could not describe this feeling. It was very mysterious, as if there was a qualitative difference. He seemed to have become stronger in a short period of time, climbing to a new height. You're finally out. It's been a month, and the outside world has become very complicated and chaotic. Then, Su Muxin frowned slightly. In the past month, she had gone out a few times and secretly gathered some information. What happened? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked. He had been in seclusion for a month, which meant that 10 months had passed in the ancient desolate space. It was not a short time. The school of vertical and horizontal, the dragons and the legalism have joined forces and are looking for you everywhere. They are also dealing with the desolate country, the Hahuan school, the 7-star hall, and the golden winged rocks. They want to lure you out, but there are casualties on both sides. Su Muxin told Du Xiaofu about the information she had gathered. They're relying on their life-saving talismans, so they're not afraid of death. Du Xiaofu's expression darkened and killing intent surged in his eyes. It seemed that the massacre last time did not cause any real deterrence to the 3 major forces, the legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. They had a life-saving talisman, so they had something to rely on. Recently, it has been rumored that strange phenomena have appeared here. Many precious treasures have appeared, and ancient inheritances have appeared as well. There are endless disputes everywhere. Su Muxin said, I want legalism and dragons. The school of vertical and horizontal will get nothing. Du Xiaofu said, his killing intent surging. This time, he had unknowingly taken another step forward. Most importantly, he had obtained a life-saving talisman, which was enough for him to truly slaughter people from legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. In the god domain, Du Xiaofu naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. This was especially true for the shamelessness of legalism. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He would not let them off so easily. It was time to collect his debt. Whoosh, whoosh! 2 figures soon disappeared from the abyss, turning into rainbows and disappearing into the sky. The ancient palace was surrounded by broken walls and ruins. This was a temporary stronghold of legalism. People of legalism, get out here! Du Xiaofu arrived at the entrance of the ancient palace. His voice resounded, shaking the void. Are you courting death? Dozens of figures rushed out from the ancient palace. Their gloomy voices were like thunder. Courting death! Du Xiaofu stood in the air and shouted in a low voice. He was slightly disappointed. Those who ran out were all followers of legalism. There wasn't a single true disciple of legalism. Not good. It's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. These followers of legalism rushed out of the palace. They were arrogant when they suddenly saw the purple-robed figure. Their faces immediately turned pale, and their souls trembled. Run, quick! Quickly inform the experts. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has appeared. Gazes after gazes fell on Du Xiaofu. They suddenly became sluggish, and then turned pale with fright. They immediately ran away, not daring to stay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Du Xiaofu made his move. Several finger imprints rushed out, and golden light pierced through the void, killing a large number of figures. However, he did not seize their life-saving talismans. Du Xiaofu let 2 people go, but he also captured one. As his claw landed, runes flashed as he used the soul-searching technique to search the memories of his primordial spirit. Xiaojing has come in. Moments later, Du Xiaofu's gaze fluctuated. This was the information he obtained from the primordial spirit of this follower of legalism. His sister, Xiaojing, was also in the divine realm, just as he expected. At the same time, Du Xiaofu also learned that another leader of legalism had entered the divine realm, and his status was extremely high. Qin Wudi. Du Xiaofu remembered this person in his heart. From the primordial spirit of that follower of legalism, he learned that Qin Wudi's status among the legalism that had entered the divine realm was not below his sister's. Boom! Moments later, a golden fist landed on an ancient and dilapidated palace in one of the strongholds of the House of Vertical and Horizontal. It turned everything within 1,000 zhang into ashes and ruins. Dozens of disciples and followers of the House of Vertical and Horizontal were buried within. There were continuous mountain peaks and lush greenery. There was an ancient cave residence, which was a temporary stronghold of the dragons. This place originally contained an ancient inheritance that had been seized by the dragons. Because it was close to the center of the divine realm, this place had become a stronghold of the dragons and was responsible for communicating information. Kill! The Demon King, Du Xiaofu's arrival startled many figures. They turned into vicious birds and ferocious beasts that rushed into the sky. Swoosh! Du Xiaofu unsheathed his sword, and a purple-gold sword radiance illuminated half the sky. With the purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand, the ancient cave residence was destroyed. All the demonic beasts were skinned and bled, and their secret bones were dug out. Soon after, Du Xiaofu appeared on many of the legalism strongholds and killed them all. Everywhere he went, nothing could stop him. Du Xiaofu used the spirit-searching technique and easily found out about the strongholds of the 3 great clans. He also learned a lot about the situation. Du Xiaofu was on a killing spree. Although everyone had a life-saving talisman, this was still enough to shock everyone. Within a day, Du Xiaofu had swept away many of the 3 great clans' people, and his killing caused everyone to tremble. This is the Demon King, Du Xiaofu's revenge. He's angry. The legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal declared that they would deal with the Demon King with all their strength and kill him. Who would have thought that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, would not only appear, but also start a massacre? There's news that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, doesn't have a life-saving talisman. I wonder if it's true or not. If the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, doesn't that mean that the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons want to kill the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, in the divine domain? The clouds were moving in all directions. People were discussing this in astonishment. The most shocking thing was that even those who converted to the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal would be killed mercilessly by the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Rumbling noises echoed in the mountains. Roar! A large number of demonic beasts and humans were fighting, and an astonishing battle unfolded. Kill all these bastards. Do you think that my desolate country is afraid of you? Du spoke. Lightning martial veins covered his body, and the sword in his hand overflowed into the sky, killing in all directions. Behind him, many disciples of the legalism and experts of the desolate country, such as the mysterious Flood Dragon King and the Golden Condor King, were fighting with all their might. They had improved their martial veins through the divine lightning body tempering and were nourished by spiritual herbs. Therefore, they had the opportunity to enter the divine domain and had the talent to step into the martial domain realm. Tianmu Academy isn't afraid of the dog's hit dragons. Ghost Child spoke. A ghostly light covered his eyes and they were cold. Black Xian Qi and runes flashed, and a faint, baleful aura overflowed into the sky. The Wu Kei followed beside Ghost Child. Her graceful body was in the sky, and she was extremely alluring. Dazzling runes surrounded her, and the aura of the netherworld was emitted. Her aura was like a rainbow piercing the sun, and a dazzling radiance swept across the sky. Guo Xiaofeng activated his sword art, and a large number of sword shadows crisscrossed. Runes bloomed and danced in the air, as if they wanted to destroy the universe. The sword shadows pierced through space. Li Yuxiao, Yi Feiyu, and the others were also among them. They attacked with all their might, and their attacks were fierce. After all these years, they had also changed. They were already outstanding, and now they were even stronger. Everyone cooperate with the formation. Someone shouted. It was the child of the sacred array, Zhen Qingchen. His inverted triangular eyes had a divine charm. He activated the Xian divine pagoda in his hand and set up the six-wheel blood-killing formation. Murderous auras surged, and the runes shone brightly, forming a terrifying whirlpool that swallowed the surroundings. A blood-red mist filled the sky, and a baleful aura circulated. It corroded souls, and many huge demonic beasts were swallowed like ants. They were destroyed, and the demonic beasts escaped with their life-saving talismans. Boom! Master Apothecary Iwuming was also among them. He did not activate his puppets, because puppets could not increase their power in the divine domain. If they did not reach the initial stage of the martial region realm, it would be useless to activate them. Master Apothecary Iwuming activated his spiritual furnace and talisman, Cauldron, to block a huge dragon. Kill! At this moment, the people from the desolate country were facing the dragons. They had come prepared. Hundreds of huge demonic beasts covered the sky and covered the valley, so the people from the desolate country could not take advantage of them. You are all dead. A huge dragon stretched across the sky, resisting Zhen Qingchuan's six-wheel blood-killing formation with its own strength. This was a pure-blooded descendant of the true dragon. Although it was suppressed in the divine domain, it was still at the initial stage of the beast region realm. However, the aura of this huge dragon was even more terrifying and powerful than Dragon Fifth's. Rumble! This battle was too shocking. It tore through the void, caused the sky to collapse, and turned everything into ruins. Energy runes lit up the sky. Whoosh, whoosh! Two figures broke through the sky, passing by many shocked onlookers in the distance, and landed on the battlefield. It was a youth in purple battle robes, and a beautiful woman with a huge demonic charm. How dare you touch my desolate country, mixed blood dragon! As he shouted, the youth in purple battle robes attacked. He smashed a dragon that was fighting fiercely with Master Apothecary Iwuming into meat paste with one punch. Chapter 1612. The Master Apothecary Iwuming raised his eyes. His gray robes fluttered as he looked at the familiar figure. His fierce gaze immediately turned into pleasant surprise as he cried out, "You've finally come. Elder Yi, are you all right?" Du Xiaofu arrived at Iwuming's side. He had already stuffed quite a few pills and spiritual medicines into Iwuming's hands. "I'm fine. It's no big deal." Iwuming put away the spiritual furnace and talisman cauldron. He did not have time to take any pills to heal himself. He shook his sleeves and immediately said, "Everyone attack with all your might. The Rock Emperor is here. The President is here. Kill. Brother Xiaofu is here. Attack with all your might. It's that guy. Kill." In that instant, the people from the desolate country seemed to have been injected with a cardiac stimulant. Their might surged as they attacked with all their might. Su Muxin had already made her move. Her spiritual root took form, and she used the Kunyan tiger taming technique. A huge white tiger roared and tore through space. Du Xiaofu looked at the scene. With a shake of his sleeve, the the illusory sword formation in his right palm was activated. Several hundred streaks of sword light were activated, cutting through space as inscriptions erupted. Kill! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure charged out one after another. With Du Xiaofu's strength, he could sweep through anyone at the same level of cultivation, let alone when he attacked with killing intent. At the level of nirvanic cultivation, these demons and dragons battle servants who had been suppressed to beginner level could not compare to him at all. He killed in all directions. Over 100 demons and dragons battle servants were basically killed in an instant. Large amounts of blood splattered everywhere, but all the life-saving talismans were of great use. Du Xiaofu's gaze finally landed on the descendant of the true dragon. His aura was even stronger than Dragon Fifth's. Du Xiaofu knew that this was Dragon Sixth from the Dragon Clan. He was indeed stronger than Dragon Fifth. Brother Qingchun, leave this mixed-blood dragon to me. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the six-wheel blood-killing array. His figure appeared extremely small in front of the huge dragon body, but his invisible aura distorted the void in all directions. He was no weaker than Long Lu. All right, I'll leave it to you. Zhen Qingchun immediately retreated. The six-wheeled blood-kill array was suppressed in the space of the divine domain, so it couldn't do anything to Long Lu. It immediately killed the remaining monster beasts and dragons battle servants. Brat, are you that Du Xiaofu? You still dare to show your face? All the experts from the School of Legalism and the School of Vertical and Horizontal are rushing over. You don't even have a life-saving talisman. When the time comes, killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Provoking us, the dragons, you are seeking death. Dragon Six's bloody mouth was ferocious, and an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. He didn't place Du Xiaofu in his eyes at all. This was the pride of dragons. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. His figure directly appeared in front of Dragon Six, and a vast force surged out, distorting the surrounding sky. It was as if a rock had descended to the 9 heavens, suppressing everything. Roar! Dragon Six roared. That huge dragon body was crushed by a tremendous force, and directly shrunk to the size of dozens of feet. Deep fear appeared in his dragon eyes. Qi La! Du Xiaofu stretched out both of his hands, and golden light shot out from his 5 fingers. 2 chaos-crushing claws swept out, and a golden talisman swept out, grabbing Dragon Six's body in the center of the claws. Break! Du Xiaofu shouted, and his hands tore with force. Dragon Six's body was directly split into 2, and dragon blood poured out. Roar, roar! Dragon Six didn't die. He screamed again, and his roar shook the sky. But now that Dragon Six's cultivation was at the beast realm, his dragon soul wasn't damaged, and his dragon body was only torn apart by Du Xiaofu. He wouldn't die at all. But Dragon Six was restrained, and his body couldn't move at all. Du Xiaofu's ferocity in tearing Dragon Six apart with his bare hands shocked everyone, and all of them revealed a look of fear. Run, run quickly! In an instant, the remaining demon beasts and battle servants didn't dare to stay any longer. They immediately fled. Du Xiaofu had no intention of chasing after them. His eyes looked at the fleeing demon beasts and dragons battle servants, and a cold light quietly flashed in his eyes. Then he held the 2 parts of Dragon Six's body in his hands. That's all for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Dragons, Legalism, School of Vertical and Horizontal. I'll kill every one of them I see. At dusk, the setting sun was as red as blood. Within the mountains, Du Xiaofu's voice was like thunder, echoing in the mountains for a long time. From that loud shout, everyone felt a wave of killing intent rushing towards them. At dusk, the sun was setting in the west. The Chenhuang mainland wasn't a good thing for the experts of the dragons. Many demon beasts and battle servants fell from the sky, and they also brought news that the demon king Du Xiaofu was massacring the dragons. On this day, hundreds of people from the School of Vertical and Horizontal and Legalism had already fallen out of the divine dominion. Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, Gong Sanhua, and the others' faces were already extremely ugly. It could be said that among the three major powers, the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism, Du Xiaofu alone had wasted more than 1,000 to 2,000 life-saving talismans. Although the juniors, battle servants, and followers had entered the divine dominion again, if they encountered any danger, they would directly be killed. Too presumptuous. We must finish off that Wu as soon as possible. Such provocation must be killed. The elders of the three major powers, the dragons, legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal, were already enraged. They were filled with hatred, and their eyes were about to spit fire. In the divine dominion, in a messy mountain range, the night sky was filled with stars, and the fragrance of meat filled the air. On the grill, 2 halves of Long Lu's body were being roasted, and the fragrance spread for 800 miles. There was a pot of dragon bone treasured soup on the side, and it was boiling with heat waves. Multicolored light rose, and energy filled the air, making people drool. The pitiful Long Lu was thrown to the side. The dignified descendant of the true dragons, one of the peak of the younger generation of the dragons, was now left with a bald head. Long Lu's eyes were filled with horror as he watched his body being stewed and roasted. The feeling was indescribable. Eat. When the fragrance of the meat filled the air, the group didn't hold back and ate heartily. Long Lu's body contained a large amount of energy, and they needed to replenish it after a big battle. They didn't hold back at all. Moments later, the roasted meat and dragon bone treasured soup turned into a large amount of pure energy in everyone's body. Du Yu, Golden Condor King, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others sat cross-legged and adjusted their breathing, absorbing the pure energy to recover. This place is dangerous. I'm afraid it will attract the dragons, legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal. Zhen Qingchun wiped the oil stains on the corner of his mouth, and his inverted, triangular eyes glowed. In order to find you, the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism each used many methods to communicate. The school of Yin-Yang, school of Moism, and Golden Rock race helped because of you, but they didn't communicate with us. I'm afraid the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism have already received the news, and experts are rushing over. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Master Apothecary Yi Wuming swallowed the dragon meat in his mouth with a satisfied expression. However, he frowned slightly, worried that the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal would come. In order to find Du Xiaofu and deal with him as soon as possible, the school of vertical and horizontal, legalism, and dragons used many methods to communicate with each other. Although the desolate country also had the help of the Golden Rock race, school of Yin-Yang, school of Moism, and even the school of agriculture, these forces were only helping because of Du Xiaofu. Even if they received the news, they wouldn't be able to come too quickly. I'm just afraid they won't come. Du Xiaofu didn't think much of it and didn't take it to heart. If you want to wait for them to come, then you have to be prepared. They have set up a killing trap, and I think we can learn from it. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Su Muxin was also eating the roasted meat, like a fairy who had been tainted by the smoke and fire of the mortal world. She had been following Du Xiaofu all this time, so she could more or less guess what Du Xiaofu was thinking. Du Xiaofu looked at Su Muxin with a strange gaze and muttered in his heart, "Women are indeed the most vicious. The more beautiful a woman is, the more terrifying she is. What are you muttering about?" Su Muxin rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and was a little surprised. Then she praised, "The dragon meat tastes good. If you like it, I'll cook dragon meat for you every day. How about that?" Du Xiaofu immediately said, "I'll get tired of eating it every day." Su Muxin's beautiful figure floated away as soon as she finished speaking. She sat cross-legged at the side and digested the dragon meat in her body and the enormous energy contained in the dragon bone soup. However, at this moment, when he heard Du Xiaofu's words, Dragon 6, who was imprisoned at the side and only had his head left, had an indescribable resentment and anger in his eyes. Eating dragon meat every day would be a disaster for dragons. At this moment, Dragon 6's own body was being roasted and stewed. He was very clear that even if the last life-saving talisman protected his dragon soul and left, he would not be able to make any progress in the future. Zhan Qingchen retracted his gaze from Su Muxin and glanced at Du Xiaofu. He whispered to Du Xiaofu, "As far as I know, Ouyang Shuang's temper is not very good. She's very fierce, but I feel that this girl should be able to control the situation. In short, you should be careful." Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Jin Qingchen. Brother Qingchuan's words make sense. Master Apothecary Iwuming nodded seriously, then said, "But shouldn't we be wary of the dragon's legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal thinking?" "I'm just afraid that they won't come." Du Xiaofu's expression was stern, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Long Lu, who was imprisoned beside him, in the center of his palm. Ancient runes rose from his palm and turned into a finger seal. Crack, crack! In an instant, the life-saving talisman in between Dragon 6's eyebrows was destroyed. At the moment when his eyes were filled with shock, a bolt of lightning swept through Du Xiaofu's fingertip. Bang, bang! Dragon 6's ferocious head suddenly exploded and turned into a bloody mist. There was no life-saving talisman that could protect his dragon soul. This is Zhen Qingchen, Master Apothecary Iwuming, and Master Apothecary looked at the scene in front of them. They clearly saw that Dragon 6 was completely dead. They suddenly stood up in shock and stared at Du Xiaofu in shock. Du Xiaofu smiled slightly and said to Big Brother Jin Qingchen and Master Apothecary Iwuming, "I understand a little. I'm afraid that the life-saving talisman won't be able to protect them anymore. You didn't use this method today. Could it be?" Zhen Qingchen looked at Du Xiaofu and suddenly understood everything. His inverted triangle eyes were full of evil intentions and said, "You're deliberately luring them here. You want to do something big." Chapter 1613. Brother Qingchen, can you lend me your 6 wheels blood-killing array? Du Xiaofu smiled. His elder brother, Zhen Qingchuan's 6 wheels blood-killing array was ranked 9th in the world. It could devour the energy of any living being within the array for its own use and strengthen the array's controller. As long as it was strong enough, it could kill the world's top experts. All right, come find me more often next time. I'll let you control the 6 wheels blood-killing array first. Zhen Qingchen didn't hesitate at all and smiled. He already knew what Du Xiaofu was going to do. To him, this was definitely a good thing. Actually, I don't need to control it too much. Just let me use it at a critical moment. We don't have enough time. I'm afraid that even if you let me control the 6 wheels blood-killing array, I won't be able to display its mysteries. Du Xiaofu smiled. He already had an idea in his mind. He said to Zhen Qingchen, "We still have to make some preparations tonight. Then we'll wait for them to come. I hope they don't come too little, or it'll be a waste of my energy. All right, this time we'll kill them directly." Zhen Qingchen had never been a soft-hearted person. At this moment, when he saw Du Xiaofu's expression, he knew that he was confident. The unlucky ones would be the legalism, the dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal. Whoosh, whoosh! Then everyone sat down cross-legged and adjusted their breathing. Du Xiaofu and the sacred array child, Zhen Qingchen, took advantage of the night to flicker around the surrounding mountains. Bang, bang! Those who were still watching from afar and weren't afraid of making a scene were directly dealt with by Zhen Qingchen. They could only blame their curiosity for killing the cat. The night was so dark that the moonlight couldn't disperse. Broken walls and ruins were the remains of an ancient palace. A purple-haired young man stood there quietly. His clothes fluttered, and the space around him was somewhat distorted. In the night, his body emitted a kind of luster, releasing an ancient, magnificent, and desolate misty aura. Just by standing there casually, he seemed to be extraordinary and arrogant. Brother Ing, Mo, Dragon 4, 7, and 8 are already on their way. Su Yuni from the School of Vertical and Horizontal has come personally. We've also received confirmation that Du Xiaofu and Zhen Qingchen are still at their original location. Dragon 6 is being held hostage by them. A young man's face was a little shocked, and his heart palpitated. He pondered for a moment and said, "Long Lu's body seems to have been roasted and eaten by that kid." Phew! Under the faint moonlight, the young man looked up slightly. His purple hair was filled with the moonlight, and his handsome facial features were slightly raised. He murmured he can't live. If he doesn't die, he will be a knot in my heart, a knot in my heart forever. Brothering Mo, that demon king Du Xiaofu is too ferocious. Should we wait for Uncle Woody to come? The young man asked, looking a little worried. There's no need. There's me, Su Yuni, and 4, 7, and 8 dragons. They must have brought that treasure of the dragon clan. It's enough, the purple-haired young man said. His eyes were filled with light. His right sleeve fluttered with the wind, but it didn't affect his temperament at all. He was still like a god, emitting the power of heaven and earth. The moonlight was setting in the west. A layer of white fog covered the mountains, gradually turning into a thin veil. Dawn was like a magical hand, gently parting the thin veil of fog. The sky began to brighten. Whoosh, whoosh, from afar, a dense crowd of figures streaked across the sky as if they were piercing through the void. They turned into rainbows and instantly appeared above the mountains. They're a little slow. On a huge rock, the golden light around Du Xiaofu's body converged. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, shaking the space. He stretched, and the golden light in his eyes converged. Finally, it turned clear. Boom! At the same time, the surrounding auras suddenly awakened, shaking the void. They're here. Su Mushin stood up, her face rosy. She seemed to have benefited a lot from the dragon meat. There seems to be a lot of them. It's worth waiting for so long. Du Xiaofu smiled. His eyes rippled with golden light, and his figure disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh! Su Mushin, Zhen Qingchen, Master Apothecary, Iwu Ming. Do you? Ghost Child and Wu Kei immediately followed. On top of the mountains, no less than 2,000 figures gathered. Waves of invisible auras distorted the void, vast and vast, causing the void to tremble. It's legalism, School of Vertical and Horizontal, and people from the dragons. Such a big lineup. Are they surrounding the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? Han Ingma from the Han family is in Nirvana Supremacy. Su Yuni from the School of Vertical and Horizontal is also a Nirvana Supremacy. Dragon 7, Dragon 8, and Dragon 4 from the Dragon Clan. Oh my god, the Dragon Clan has sent out all their elites. Such a big lineup caused a commotion. Some people followed from afar and exclaimed, "He didn't run. He should be prepared. Everyone be careful. He's a talisman master." In front of the mighty crowd, a purple-haired youth spoke. His robe's right sleeve was empty. He was Han Ingma, the number one of the younger generation of the School of Legalism. Back on the martial proof platform, his supreme palm had been broken by Du Xiaofu, destroying his right arm and severely injuring him. In order to enter the divine realm, the School of Legalism had paid a huge price. Han Ingma, you lost to him back then. Once bitten, twice shy. You're afraid before the battle. A man in a gray battle robe stood in the sky. His temperament was gentle, but he gave people a feeling that he could tear everything apart. This gray battle robe youth stood beside Han Ingma. He wasn't drowned out at all. He was able to compete with Han Ingma and look down on everyone. He's a supremacy, and has reached Nirvana Supremacy. If you fight him alone, you'll definitely lose. Han Ingma spoke. His expression was very calm. Is that so? The man called Su Yuni raised his eyes slightly. He didn't say anything and didn't argue. It wasn't clear if he was confident and disdained to argue, or if he silently agreed with Han Ningma's words. Are we afraid of that brat when we have so many people? Even if there's a trap, we'll just break it. Let's get rid of that brat as soon as possible. If those people from the Inyang School, Mo School, and School of Agriculture come, it'll be troublesome to kill that brat. A blue-robed young man opened his mouth. His voice was filled with an arrogance that flowed from his bloodline and bones. His body also emitted a dragon's might aura that caused the space to feel pressured for no reason. This caused some of the surrounding demonic beasts to be intimidated by his invisible aura, causing the depths of their beast souls to tremble for some unknown reason. Don't let that brat run away again. That brat is shameless. Beside the blue-robed youth, a young man in scarlet battle clothes that seemed to be burning with flames suddenly surged out of his eyes. He also emitted a vast dragon aura. Han Ingma's gaze swept across the two dragons, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. In the end, his gaze fell on a yellow-robed youth. His gaze was more serious as he said, "Long Si, do you want to wait for Long San?" "Don't worry. Us three brothers are confident. If you have any doubts, why don't we spar first?" The yellow-robed youth raised his eyes. His eyes were deep and terrifying. The more he looked at them, the more he felt like a divine fire was burning. "I'm just making sure. Don't underestimate him." Han Ningma spoke. His gaze was indifferent and sharp. He didn't want any accidents to happen this time. He didn't want to fail a second time. As his voice faded, Han Ningma raised his head and looked ahead. His purple hair swayed behind him as he said softly, "He's here." Whoosh, whoosh, a figure swept down and appeared in the messy mountain peaks. At the front was a purple-robed youth, followed by a beautiful woman. She was holy and majestic, charming and charming. Beside the purple-robed youth, there was a gray-robed elder and a middle-aged man. The elder's eyes were deep and there was a faint golden light in them. Although the middle-aged man looked a little wretched, he had his own charm. His entire body was emitting a murderous aura that made people's hearts tremble. In an instant, there were more than 100 people descending. All of them had a sharp aura and were outstanding. Their bodies were rippling with vigorous fluctuations. Whoosh, whoosh, everyone's eyes fell on the purple-robed young man. Du Xiaofu. Many people's gazes suddenly trembled. They couldn't help but feel shocked. For many people who came, the purple-robed youth had given them too much of a shock. Du Xiaofu glanced around and saw many familiar figures. There were old acquaintances like Long Qi and Long Ba from the Dragon Clan. There were also many disciples from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He had seen them at the legalism demonstration stage. "You seem to have recovered well." Du Xiaofu glanced at Han Ningma. Han Ningma's face was rosy and his breathing was stable. He had recovered from his injuries. "Du Xiaofu, you're dead today," Long Ba said. His voice seemed to be able to shake the space. His eyes rippled like the waves of the sea. Back then, he had been captured and tortured. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes were filled with hatred. "Loser, you can't even withstand a single blow." Du Xiaofu replied. He didn't take Long Ba's words to heart. His gaze fell on the gray-robed youth from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. The invisible aura was enough to prove that he was the leader of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. He said, "Tell me your name." "Remember, Su Yuni from the School of Vertical and Horizontal." The gray-robed youth said. His expression was calm, but his eyes were flickering like a divine fire. "The School of Vertical and Horizontal wants to kill me too." Du Xiaofu asked. The dragons and legalism had a deep grudge against each other. Du Xiaofu wasn't surprised that the dragons and legalism wanted to team up to kill him. However, Du Xiaofu was surprised that the School of Vertical and Horizontal wanted to kill him. He couldn't find anything from the Yuan spirits of many of the School of Vertical and Horizontal's disciples. Perhaps only a few of them knew about the School of Vertical and Horizontal's decision. You should have died back then. It's already a blessing that you've lived for so long. You and your father are the shame of the school of Vertical and Horizontal. Today you must end it. Su Yuni's voice was indifferent. His eyes were cold and murderous. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. Golden light surged. The school of Vertical and Horizontal wanted to kill him. This matter seemed to have something to do with his drunkard father. There should be a talisman formation set up nearby. It's time to use it. Otherwise, I won't have another chance. Han Ingma's gaze swept across the surroundings. Then he looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were bright and clean, like a god descending to the world. His expression was calm. Accompanied by a powerful aura, he said, "However, I have bad news for you. The dragons have brought a treasure that can break through all talisman formations. You have no chance of winning." Chapter 16:14. Legalism, you really want me dead. That's fine. Anyway, I'll kill every legalist I see. I think if you die, those people will be truly heartbroken. Just treat it as my first interest today. Du Xiaofu looked at Han Ningma with a cold smile in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Then as you wish. I am indeed a talisman master." Swish! Just as Du Xiaofu's voice faded away, his mind moved and his hand seal condensed. From his forehead, a white divine light soared to the sky. Boom! In this vast mountain range, dark clouds suddenly pressed down. In a flash, the dark clouds rolled and occupied the sky. A vast and terrifying aura suddenly descended. Rumble! In a flash, the surroundings turned dark. Almost at the same time, in the distant sky, outside the edge of the dark clouds that covered the sky, pillars of light soared into the sky. A total of 10 pillars of light soared into the sky, carrying a terrifying and ancient aura as they converged in the sky. The dark clouds rolled over and over, and the space trembled. The dazzling talisman scripts covered the world. When the countless pillars of light finally gathered in the sky, the world immediately turned dark. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions, sweeping through the surrounding sky like a gale. Rumble! The world exploded like endless thunder, and talisman scripts soared into the sky. The talisman arrays were activated. It was a killing array. It was not just one killing array that was activated, but dozens of killing arrays were activated together. Last night, Du Xiaofu and Sacred Array Child Jin Qingchen secretly arranged a killing array. It was a sure kill array, and they put in a lot of effort. These killing arrays were set up by Du Xiaofu and Zhen Qingchen in the Stone City of the Barren Country. They were set up again last night, so it was very easy. Dozens of killing arrays were linked together, and there was killing intent everywhere. There was no way to survive. The terrifying sound enveloped the world, and the killing intent soared into the sky. This was a sure kill trap, set up by Du Xiaofu. He had purposely let so many people escape in order to lure in a big group. He wanted the legalism, the dragons, and the others to be completely heartbroken. Dozens of terrifying killing formations were activated, enveloping the entire mountain range. Dazzling and resplendent symbols covered the sky and earth, as if a divine miracle was descending. Pressure and killing intent spread out, shaking the entire space of the god domain. Rumble! The wind and clouds in the sky changed color. Rumbling sounds could be heard as wind and thunder rumbled continuously. The mountain range shook, and an endless amount of water surged. Raging waves swept out. Mountains cracked, abysses shifted, and mountains and rivers broke apart. What a powerful killing array! Suddenly, the expressions of the people from the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the school of dragons flickered. There's a killing formation. Is it the work of the Demon King or legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal? What a terrifying killing formation. Retreat. Far away from the mountain range, countless people were attracted to watch the show. Suddenly, The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Everyone was shocked. That terrifying killing intent spread out, making people tremble in fear. Numerous gazes were fixed on the vast sky in front of the mountain range. The sky was dark, as if a demon had swallowed the entire space. It's a killing formation. Inside the formation, Su Yuni's expression turned serious. At this moment, his figure suddenly leaped out. He wanted to break the formation directly and take the initiative, not giving the other party any chance. His body was wrapped in mysterious flame talisman runes. In the void behind him, rolling flames suddenly appeared, like flowing lava, like a sea of fire. Boom! Suddenly, from Su Yuni's body, his battle robe fluttered, and a vast pressure spread out. It was a terrifying martial vein aura that was completely released. Let me see if this formation can stop me. Brat, you no longer have a life-saving talisman. Let's see how long you can jump around. In an instant, Su Yuni made his move. He knew that ordinary talisman formations could not stop him. Walala! The moment his shout fell, the rolling lava in the void behind Su Yuni condensed, as if condensing into a blazing sun, bringing with it an unparalleled blazing aura that burned the void. When the blazing sun condensed, the formation suddenly trembled violently, and a huge spatial vortex appeared around it. The spatial ripples directly whirled and whistled. The scorching and terrifying aura shattered the surrounding space and burned it into nothingness. In the end, it slammed into the barrier of the formation in the sky. Walala! The resplendent runes on the great array surged in this collision. Dazzling rays of light scattered across the sky, while circles of invisible and transparent spatial barriers rippled in the air above the vast mountain range. Rumble! The blazing sun exploded, and the blazing energy was like a shock wave, reflecting in an arc in all directions. The surrounding space shattered inch by inch, and the bright flames flickered incessantly. This was the power of Nirvana. He was a Nirvana sovereign, and had stepped into the Nirvana realm. In one move, he shattered the void. It was incomparably vast, and it had the might of a sovereign, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Su Yuni was a Nirvana sovereign, and he was not inferior to Haningma. He was one of the most terrifying existences among the younger generation. However, at this moment, Su Yuni did not break the formation, but only caused the surrounding formation to tremble violently. A terrifying energy pillar, like a bolt of lightning, suddenly descended. It was a terrifying killing intent. Dang dang! Su Yuni used all his strength to block and turned into a blazing pillar of light that collided, shattering the void. His body was also pushed back by a huge rebound force. As his figure staggered back, a trace of paleness appeared on his face, and his eyes gradually filled with shock. Secretly setting up a formation, how shameful! Haningma frowned and looked at Du Xiaofu. His indifferent eyes surged with a cold light. Legalism, using the old to bully the young, is not shameful on the outside, but secretly stealing from the inside. Legalism, repeatedly deceiving and bullying me, is not shameful. Legalism, dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal secretly setting up a killing trap against me is not shameful. And I'm just learning from you, imitating you, but it's shameful. Legalism, indeed, is not a good thing. Even if I kill them all, it's not too much. Du Xiaofu gloomily looked at Haningma. From his body, a terrifying chill seeped out from the void from all directions, quietly spreading with an icy chill. At this moment, the temperature of the space rose rapidly, and an astonishing murderous aura spread out in all directions like boiling water. Du Xiaofu was furious. The anger and hatred that he had suppressed under legalism was boiling, turning into a murderous aura, turning into a murderous intent. With regards to legalism, who thought that they were high and mighty, only his fist could speak. Kill until they were afraid. Kill until they were terrified. Perhaps only then could he wake them up, and only then could he dispel the hatred in his heart. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to kill. He had prepared everything and was going to start a massacre. Cut the crap! The yellow-robed man among the dragons opened his mouth. Resplendent yellow light fluctuated around his body, and a huge, sinister dragon phantom instantly circled around him. A faint dragon roar resounded, shaking the void. Roar! At this moment, numerous roars shook the heavens. From behind the yellow-robed man with the dragons, there were hundreds of roars, and the void was surging. Numerous figures flashed and scattered in the void. Suddenly, countless sinister beasts gushed out from the sky and on the ground, covering the sky and covering the sun. Their auras surged. These were the beasts that followed the dragons. There were also many flood dragons in the sky, and there were young dragons roaring. Runes filled the air, and pairs of huge, ferocious eyes were like lightning. The dense and incomparably terrifying number of sinister demonic beasts erupted with resplendent and blazing light, and a terrifying power swept out. It was as if the sun had appeared, and as if the stars had fallen from the sky. The surrounding void was crushed. Zhen Qingchun, Master Apothecary, Iwuming, Su Mushin, Diu, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and the others were also surprised. This vast and fierce lineup was no small matter. The dragons were definitely extraordinary. They were one of the 3 supreme races in this world. Boom! At the same time, the auras of the many figures from the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism soared into the sky. They no longer concealed themselves and stirred up the void in all directions. More than 2,000 martial domain realm auras soared into the sky. How shocking was this! The world was dusky, and the wind and clouds surged in all directions. The roars of dragons and tigers resounded through the 9 heavens, and the world was vast and mighty. It caused huge waves to arise on the walls around the killing array, and the runes flickered indeterminately. Roar! Dragons and countless sinister demonic beasts pounced out from all directions. The ferocious beasts flapped their wings and covered the vast void in all directions. The auras of many figures soared into the sky, intending to destroy the killing array in the surroundings. Their auras were too tyrannical, enough to destroy everything. The 3 major forces joined hands to come, wanting to thoroughly kill Du Xiaofu. The array isn't weak, but it's just a small trick. If you want to rely on this array to stop us, then you're too naive. We have more than 2,000 people here. Even if it's just 2,000 initial martial domain realm cultivators attacking together, do you think the array you set up can withstand it? Han Ying looked coldly at Du Xiaofu. He had received news that Du Xiaofu had already broken through to the Nirvana stage. Even if it was the great domain realm, it would be difficult to forcefully break through this array. However, more than 2,000 initial martial domain realm cultivators had attacked. Many of them were core disciples of the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal and legalism. With such a lineup, even a great domain realm cultivator would be besieged to death. This array could not trap them at all. In my eyes, only you and Su Yuni from the school of vertical and horizontal are slightly stronger. The others are nothing. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the crowd. He did not take the dragons, the descendants of the true dragons, and the demonic beasts to heart. He did not even take Dragon 8, Dragon 7, and the yellow-robed young man seriously. Humph! All of you attack and break the array. Dragon 4's face was gloomy. Du Xiaofu did not even take him seriously, which made him very unhappy. His deep roar reverberated like a dragon's roar. Roar! In an instant, the hundreds of ferocious demonic beasts unleashed a terrifying power with their huge bodies. Energy exploded in an earth-shattering manner. The runes were dazzling, and a ferocious aura swept out, causing the entire space to rumble. Do you think the array is easy to break? I'll play with you today. Zhen Qingchuan's figure swept out. Killing intent surged in his inverted, triangular eyes. He threw the mystic divine pagoda into the sky, and 66 pillars of light swept out. Boom! When the 66 pillars of light swept down, the void trembled. The spatial energy boiled, forming a terrifying array that spread throughout the killing array. Chapter 16:15. Qi. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's hand seals were also condensing. A silver-gold light beam shot into the mystic divine pagoda like a resplendent light pillar, instantly wrapping around the pagoda. Rumble! At this moment, the power of the mystic divine pagoda skyrocketed once again with a frightening power. The surrounding void shattered, and the light was resplendent. There was an endless amount of blood, qi gushing out from the pagoda. It was like a sea of blood demon. This is the Six Wheels blood-killing formation, a terrifying killing formation. Han Ningma, Su Yuni, and the others' expressions changed. Some middle-aged men present exclaimed, as if they knew the origin of the Six Wheels blood-killing formation. The sea of blood demon formed by the formation was terrifying. Kill. Zhen Qingchen charged out and activated the Six Wheels blood-killing formation. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was also controlling the Six Wheels blood-killing formation, raising its power to the highest level in the divine domain. Murderous auras surged, and the runes were resplendent. It was like a terrifying whirlpool of heaven and earth, swallowing everything around it. Woo, woo! The blood-red fog filled the sky, circulating with evil aura that corroded souls. Ghostly cries and howls could be heard constantly. Immediately the disciples of the 9 underworlds, legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal were swept in. Some of the dragons and demonic beasts were also swallowed, and miserable cries could be heard. Kill. At this moment the void trembled, and a terrifying aura rushed to the sky. Du Xiaofu had activated all the killing formations. Just the aura that shot out was enough to make the living beings of the 3 major forces tremble in fear. Within the killing formation, there were flashes of lightning, roars of thousands of beasts, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. All of them turned into endless killing intent that wanted to destroy everything. Rumble, the killing formations were interlocked, and the muffled sound of energy could shake the heavens and the earth. Not good. There's more than one killing formation. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has set up many killing formations. Exclamations could be heard. There were living beings in the surroundings trying to break the formation, but only at this moment did they realize that there was more than one killing formation in the surroundings. There were many killing formations, and they were arranged in a strange way. Awoo! Bang, bang, bang! Dragons roared and tigers roared in the void. All kinds of demonic beasts roared. Huge demonic beasts flapped their wings and tore the earth apart. Countless energies collided like heavenly drums and heavy hammers, as if they wanted to break the void. All of the living beings were attacking with all their might, trying to break the formation. A surging aura filled the sky like a vast ocean. The aura made one's hair stand on end. However, all of this seemed to be of no use. Although the killing formations in the surroundings were shaking as if they would explode at any moment, the dozens of formations were linked together and were not easy to break. What's going on in there? Far away in the mountain range, the spectators who had gathered to watch from afar trembled as they looked at the dark and vast mountain range. Their line of sight was obstructed, and they were unable to pry into it. They could only see from afar that above the crumbling space in the distance, there were resplendent talisman, runes that covered the sky and covered the earth. That's too scary. Is someone going on a killing spree? Just the aura that swept out and the shocking rumbling sound was enough to make one's heart jump and shiver. In just a short moment of contact, there were many screams in the space around the killing formations. Within the connected killing formations and the 6 wheels blood-killing formation, there were dragons, legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal dying. Whoosh, whoosh! However, at the same time, life-saving talismans flew out and wrapped around the fallen demonic beasts and legalism's disciples, wanting to break through the air and leave. "We can't leave." Du Xiaofu was already prepared. He formed a hand seal, and suddenly, not only did ancient talisman runes appear in his palm, but even in the void, ancient talisman runes that could manipulate the space of the divine domain seeped out everywhere. A mysterious power suddenly descended from the void. Crack, crack! Suddenly, the life-saving talismans that wanted to break through the air and leave began to crack and fade. Figures fell from the sky and appeared. They were the dragons, demonic beasts, legalism's disciples, and the school of vertical and horizontal's disciples who had just died in the Six Wheels blood-killing formation. These disciples of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal's dragons and demonic beasts were all frightened and stunned. They hadn't recovered from the life and death situation just now. Then, in an instant, they were engulfed by the Six Wheels blood-killing formation and the killing formations around them. However, they didn't have the chance to escape. They were completely dripping blood, and their souls were destroyed. Not good. Du Xiaofu can destroy the life-saving talismans. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can he destroy the life-saving talismans? Is this an illusion? Destroying the life-saving talismans. This is impossible. Han Ningma, Long San, Long Ba, Long Qi, and Su Yuni's expressions changed. Behind them, countless gazes and demonic beasts' ferocious eyes changed. All of them saw it with their own eyes and couldn't believe it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the void, the ancient talisman runes were still increasing. They seeped into the formation, and a mysterious power descended. The ancient talisman runes were connected to Du Xiaofu, to the void, and to the entire divine domain. The ancient talisman runes covered the sky and earth like a rain of light pouring down. Then, among the disciples of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal's dragons, the life-saving talismans between their eyebrows started to crack. Then, they were destroyed by an invisible force and disappeared without a trace. These demonic beasts, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal's disciples who had lost their life-saving talismans could clearly feel that their life-saving talismans had disappeared. The life-saving talismans were their greatest reliance. They relied on them to not die. However, at this moment, they were disappearing in groups. Not good. My life-saving talisman is gone. My life-saving talisman is gone too. How can this be? My life-saving talisman. Oh no, what's going on? My life-saving talisman is gone. The exclamations were not short. They were astonished. Their hearts were palpitating and they were trembling. The life-saving talisman was their life. It was what allowed them to run amok in the divine domain without fear of death. In the divine domain, they even dared to fight if they encountered a super strong expert. After all, they had life-saving talismans. For example, at this moment, they were facing the famous demon king, Du Xiaofu. Although they were wary, they were not afraid. At most, they would be killed and could be resurrected again. However, at this moment, their life-saving talismans had disappeared without a trace. They were caught off guard and began to feel fear. In an instant, they went from being fearless to being horrified. However, this did not affect the living beings of the three major forces who had already lost their life-saving talismans. Among them, some were even killed by Du Xiaofu. However, looking at the scene in front of them, they could not help but feel their hair stand on end. At this moment, not only were the people from legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons frightened. Even Duyu, Wu Kei, Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, and the others were stunned. Then their hearts surged with joy. Han Ningma, Su Yuni, Dragon 4, Dragon 7, and Dragon 8 all stared at Du Xiaofu. They saw that everyone's life-saving talismans were cracking and shattering one after another. They also felt that the life-saving talismans between their eyebrows were already flickering and beginning to weaken. They did not know how to stop it and were helpless. It's Du Xiaofu's doing. He can destroy the life-saving talismans. He's destroying the life-saving talismans. Quickly, join forces and kill him. Han Ingma, Su Yuni, and Dragon 4's expressions changed. They felt a sense of danger in their hearts at the same time. Boom! When the shout fell, bright runes spread out from Han Ingma's body. Between the heavens and the earth, a mysterious and mighty force gathered crazily and descended, enveloping him. The terrifying aura in his body erupted like a volcano, causing the surrounding killing array to show signs of cracking at this moment. At this moment, divine light danced between Han Ingma's eyebrows like a flame. Rings of divine light appeared one after another. In the end, a total of 6 rings of divine light lingered above his forehead like divine rings. A vast aura was like a supreme being that suppressed all living beings in the world. Boom! At the same time, Su Yuni's body glowed. Flames and red clouds lingered around his body. His body faintly emitted the cries of dragons and snakes. On his forehead, there were also 6 divine rings like Han Ingma's. He erupted with a supreme aura that was not inferior to Han Ingma's. It was also at this moment that the entire great formation shook. The heavens and the earth rumbled. The killing array was cracking, and the 6 rings blood-killing array was also trembling. High up in the sky, thunder rumbled and lightning shuttled back and forth. It was a natural phenomenon. Countless living beings in the surroundings wanted to crawl. Su Mushin, Master Apothecary Wu Kei, and the others were also greatly affected. Their souls were trembling. 2 Nirvana Supremes, Master Apothecary, Iwuming, Su Mushin, Ghost Child, and the others looked at Han Ingma and Su Yuni, who were like gods at this moment, with fear and trepidation. 6 divine rings were the symbol of Nirvana Supremes. They contained the power of the heavens and the earth. That was the most powerful heavenly appearance in the world. Boom! Without any hesitation or delay, Han Ingma attacked with all his might. Endless light erupted from his body and shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens. Endless power and mighty force spread from his feet. It was filled with strange fluctuations, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. It was like the sound of the 9 heavens, which made all living beings unable to resist. In the end, the 6 divine rings carried the spellbook and turned into a brilliant palm print. This was Han Ingma's all-out attack. The palm of a Supremes gathered all his life's comprehension and directly slammed towards Du Xiaofu. Han Ingma attacked without hesitation. He was defeated last time, but this time with the addition of Su Yuni from the school of vertical and horizontal. 2 Nirvana Supremes attacking at the same time. He might not necessarily be defeated. Su Yuni also attacked. 6 divine rings, the power of a Supreme's his own comprehension, and his martial veins turned into a punch and blasted out. Boom! This fist was a Supreme Being's fist. The void around the fist imprint was collapsing, the void collapsing. Heavenly flames descended, destroying everything into nothingness. The killing formations in the surroundings were also burned until a corner cracked, the scene horrifying and sinister. 1 punch and 1 palm, both were Supremes. The surrounding void collapsed, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread, swallowing the light in the sky. The aura made Master Apothecary and the others' primordial spirits tremble in horror. And this terrifying power, in an instant, had already arrived at Du Xiaofu. Boom! Du Xiaofu also attacked. Purple gold electric arcs lingered on the surface of his body. His body shone, and in an instant 9 divine rings appeared above his head and intertwined with his body. Behind him, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A vision descended, peerless in the sky. Chapter 16:16. Rumble, 9 divine rings appeared in the sky, and the resplendent light drowned out everything. Heaven and earth rumbled, and it was as if the heavenly drums were beating at the same time. A surge of Supreme Being aura spread out from Du Xiaofu's tall and straight figure. and a majestic, heavenly might descended. At this moment, Han Ingma's eyes were undulating, and Su Yuni's eyes were surging with stormy waves. Just two lesser supreme beings. Do you think you can contend against me? Facing the incoming fist and palm, Du Xiaofu made his move. The heavenly might was vast and mighty, and mysterious runes fluctuated on the surface of his body. This was a true supreme being. Boom! With a shake of his arms, Du Xiaofu stretched out his hands and clenched his fists. 9 divine rings covered his fists, and he collided with the supreme being's fist and palm. Crackle! When Du Xiaofu's 2 fists blasted out, the terrifying supreme being's palm and fist immediately dispersed, like smoke blown away by the wind. Crack, crack! Resplendent runes gushed out like sparks, and then Han Ingma and Su Yuni both seemed to have been struck by lightning. Their palms directly cracked and shattered, turning into countless fragments of blood mist. Han Ingma's left arm was also empty, and it exploded from the shoulder. Su Yuni's right arm seemed to have spasmed, and it exploded inch by inch. Blood, mist poured out, and the runes were obliterated. Long Si, you dare to retreat. Long Si, I'm not done with you, Han Ingma and Su Yuni screamed at the same time, and blood spurted out from their mouths. Bang, bang! However, before the 2 of them could finish their words, they were directly hit by Du Xiaofu from midair. Resplendent light burst out, and cracks spread out like a spider web around the 2 of them. PFFF! PFFF! The 2 of them vomited large mouthfuls of blood, and the runes on the surface of their bodies were shattered. They were directly suppressed and couldn't withstand a single blow. Han Ingma was very strong. As a Nirvana Supreme Being and a Nirvana Supreme Being, he was strong enough to fight against a great domain realm cultivator in the outside world. However, he met Du Xiaofu. Back when he was at the Nirvana stage, Du Xiaofu could easily defeat him. At this moment, not only had Du Xiaofu reached the level of Nirvana, but more importantly, he had made great progress in his comprehension recently. The invisible increase in his strength was not just a little bit. When they met again, this time, it was enough to crush him. Su Yuni would not be below Han Ingma. It was just that at this moment, Du Xiaofu was enough to crush him. Adding another Su Yuni would not be of much use. Chi, the formless might of a grand sovereign swept down, and Su Yuni and Han Ingma spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were quickly suppressed. You want to imprison me? Impossible. Self-destruct. Almost at the same time, Han Ingma and Su Yuni's eyes were filled with cold laughter. The corners of their mouths curled into a cruel smile. They knew Du Xiaofu's intention. He wanted to imprison them. However, they were Nirvana stage sovereigns. How could they suffer such humiliation? If they wanted to self-destruct, no one could stop them. The power of a cultivator's self-destruction was much more terrifying than when they were at their peak. Generally speaking, the self-destruction of a Nirvana stage sovereign was comparable to a Nirvana stage sovereign or even a Nirvana stage sovereign's all-out attack. Its power was terrifying. Han Ingma and Su Yuni knew all of this. If they self-destructed, they might be able to implicate Du Xiaofu and kill him. Du Xiaofu did not have a life-saving talisman, but at this moment they still had a life-saving talisman to protect themselves. Rumble! Han Ingma and Su Yuni glared fiercely at Du Xiaofu. Their bodies instantly swelled up, and the runes on their bodies became resplendent again. A terrifying power spread through the void. You want to self-destruct? I'll fulfill your wish. However, your life-saving talisman is gone. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's voice was heard. A mocking smile appeared on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. At this moment, Han Ingma and Su Yuni also felt that the life-saving talisman between their eyebrows finally cracked and dissipated. They dared to self-destruct because they had a life-saving talisman. With the life-saving talisman, they could still be intact outside the divine domain after self-destructing. However, now that the life-saving talisman had disappeared, their self-destruction was undoubtedly equivalent to suicide. As for whether they could kill Du Xiaofu in the end, that was not certain. At this moment, Han Ningma and Su Yuni hesitated. Nirvana stage sovereigns were one of the strongest in the world. For someone as strong as them, self-destruction was equivalent to suicide. They could not help but hesitate. Not good. Everything happened in a flash. For experts like them, a moment was enough for a huge change to happen. In this flash, just as the two of them hesitated, they missed the opportunity to self-destruct. Boom! A vast pressure shrouded the space. Runes formed seals and fell, trapping the two of them in an instant. The moment they were imprisoned, their life-saving talisman was also gone. In the depths of Han Ningma and Su Yuni's hearts, they truly felt fear and despair. They were the proud sons of the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. In this world, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They had always been high and mighty, looking down on all living things. At this moment, they truly felt fear and despair for the first time. At this moment, the person they hated the most was Long Si. Just as the two of them attacked with all their might, they realized that Long Si did not participate at all. Otherwise, they would not have ended up like this. This was especially so for Han Ningma. He had always been meticulous. Before he lost at the martial-proof platform, he did not put Du Xiaofu in his eyes. However, after he lost at the martial-proof platform, Han Ningma did not underestimate Du Xiaofu anymore. This time, he came here with something to rely on. He teamed up with the school of vertical and horizontals, Su Yuni. In addition, Long Si brought along the treasures of the dragons. This was a terrifying strength. However, in the end, Han Ningma did not expect Long Si to not help at the crucial moment. After Du Xiaofu broke through to the Nirvana stage, he was much stronger than Han Ningma had imagined. He was so strong that he did not even have the strength to self-destruct. What Han Ningma did not expect was that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, was actually able to destroy his life-saving talisman. The life-saving talisman was his greatest reliance. However, at this moment, everything turned to ashes. True fear and shock filled their hearts and primordial spirits. Actually, Han Ningma and Su Yuni had wronged Long Si. It was not that Long Si did not attack, but he did not help. Ao, ao, ao. Everything was as fast as lightning. When Han Ningma and Su Yuni attacked, Long Si had already moved. Not only Long Si, but Long Qi and Long 8 also moved. Dragon roars filled the sky. Long 8 transformed into his true form. His huge body traversed the sky. His blue dragon scales shone as he shuttled through the sky. He brought along a heavy downpour, causing the dark clouds in all directions to rumble. The space was about to collapse. Long Qi's body was covered in flames, forming a whirlpool. In an instant, he transformed into a red flaming dragon that was thousands of feet long and rushed out. When the flaming storm spread out, it was as if a sea of fire had formed in the sky. The dragon's scales shone brightly, and 5 claws grew out from his abdomen. However, the strongest was not Long Qi and Long 8, but Long Si. Even in the space of the divine dominion, they could feel that Draconic 4 was much stronger than Draconic 7 and Draconic 8. Ao! Long Si's true form was a huge yellow dragon that spanned across the void of the great array. His dragon tail was like lightning, resisting the killing intent of several great arrays. His pair of dragon eyes were covered with a blazing light that was as deep as a black hole. The yellow light was resplendent like a vast ocean. The terrifying dragon might on his body caused the heavens and earth to roar. At the same time, a resplendent object appeared between Long Si's eyebrows. It was like a shrunken horned dragon, emitting a dazzling light. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the might of a supreme being spread out. It was actually a dragon horn that looked like a deer's antler. It was strong and boundless, bright and dazzling. The dragon aura was rolling. 7, 8, together! Dragon 4 shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon 7 and Dragon 8 were already prepared. The 3 dragons crossed the void together, intending to shatter the grand formation. Pillars of energy suddenly burst out from the bodies of the 3 descendants of the true dragon. Their dragon scales shone brightly, and they spat out dragon blood at the same time. Puff, puff, puff! 3 streams of dragon blood were spat out and turned into 3 bright blood arrows. They were like 3 young dragons that rose into the sky. In the end, they intertwined with each other. In a short moment, they merged with the bright dragon horn. Suddenly, the dragon horn became brighter and brighter. Terrifying energy swept out from it, drawing in the energy of the heavens and earth. The mysterious runes on the talisman shone brightly. Rumble! Immediately, the entire array space rumbled and trembled. The energy of the heavens and earth gathered. A large area of space was distorted and filled with terrifying power. The light was dazzling and mysterious runes were everywhere. Faintly, the terrifying aura that spread out from the dragon horn was felt by Du Xiaofu, who had just imprisoned Han Ningma, and Su Yuni. At this moment, his heart trembled, and he suddenly turned around to look at each other. Ayo! At this moment, a dragon roar resounded from the dragon horn. A huge golden dragon shadow appeared. It was so huge that it enveloped Long Si, Long Qi, and Long Eight. The dragon aura spread out, and its aura suppressed the heavens and earth. It was so terrifying that it covered the heavens and earth. What a powerful dragon aura! In the distance, Su Muxin, Master Apothecary, Diu Wu Kei, Ghost Child, and the others were shocked. That dragon might was terrifying. It was even more powerful than Su Yuni's and Han Ningma's sovereign's might. It seems to be related to the dragon horn. Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on the resplendent dragon horn within the enormous dragon silhouette. The might unleashed by Dragon 4, Dragon 8, and Dragon 7 was actually so terrifying that it surpassed the initial stages of the beast realm. It carried the aura of nirvanic, as if it wasn't affected by the suppression of the divine domain. And all of this was related to the bright dragon horn. It could resist the suppression of the divine domain. True dragon horn, break the array! Everything happened very quickly. Long Si and the other 2 used the bloodline power of the descendants of the true dragon to activate the mysterious and powerful dragon horn. They turned into the huge dragon shadow, but they didn't attack Du Xiaofu. Instead, they immediately tried to break the array. It's a little difficult for me to write. I'll only update 4 times today. Tomorrow, Little You will try to update 5 times. Please forgive me. Chapter 16-17. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as a terrifying energy swept across the sky above the array. The huge golden dragon phantom instantly soared up, causing the space to tremble. A terrifying energy suddenly came from all directions, bringing with it a huge pressure that quietly spread out. It was as if it had caused the entire space to tremble, shocking everyone's heart and soul. At this moment, the array's space was distorted. Spatial ripples spread out like boiling water. That terrifying energy was accompanied by a mysterious force that caused the array's space to crumble inch by inch, tearing apart pitch-black spatial cracks. The entire array was suddenly in chaos. The connected killing arrays were boiling, and the 6-wheel blood-killing array was trembling. The mysterious runes on the runes flickered and dimmed continuously. It really showed signs of breaking apart. Ordinary Nirvana Pinnacle Talisman arrays would probably be overturned at this moment. However, it was clear that there were dozens of killing arrays. There was also the 6-wheel blood-killing array in the middle. It wasn't easy to break through. That's an absolute treasure. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered with purple gold lightning. At this moment, purple gold lightning that filled the sky whizzed out, turning into a huge purple gold thunderrock that wasn't inferior to the huge golden dragon phantom. Since you're here, don't think about running away. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth, his voice piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks. The purple-gold thunder rock phantom's eyes shot out purple-gold lightning arcs, like two suns that illuminated the sky, overlooking the world. It controlled the supreme power and released an endless domineering pressure that suppressed the world. Gee! The purple-gold rock let out a cry and flapped its wings. Its entire body was covered in purple-gold lightning arcs. The rock's claws under its abdomen were also covered in purple-gold lightning arcs that wreaked havoc in the sky. Lightning flashed for tens of thousands of feet. A clawed mark tore apart the space and directly grabbed the huge golden dragon phantom. Roar! The huge golden dragon phantom roared and burst out with resplendent runes. It also revealed a supreme power that was actually able to resist the rock's claw. At the same time, the dragon's tail flipped. The huge dragon had no longer tried to break through the array. It instantly let out a ferocious roar. The dragon's breath gushed out like multicolored light as it bit towards the purple-gold thunder rock's neck. Supreme Tyrant soared Dao. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure soared out from within the violet gold thunder rock's silhouette. Violet gold talisman markings flickered, and an unprecedented supreme aura spread out from the tall and straight figure of violet gold lightning arcs. It swept through the sky, and it couldn't be provoked, and it also carried the power of execution. Oh! The purple gold celestial tower appeared in his hand. The roars of dragons, tigers, birds, turtles, and ghosts could be heard. A golden light wrapped around the 9 divine rings shot out like a bolt of purple-gold lightning and struck the ferocious dragon head. This sword was too terrifying. The overbearing sword Dao contained the power of a supreme being. It carried the might of heaven and earth, able to suppress and destroy everything. Chi la la above the dragon head, the sound of golden spears resounded, bringing with them sparks that bloomed like fireworks. The ferocious dragon head was chopped apart. At the same time, the terrifying claw of the purple-gold thunder rock fell down with a violent and destructive energy. The huge dragon shadow also began to crack apart. Everything turned into dazzling golden light, and shattered runes rippled in the air. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The ferocious dragon shadow was shattered, and Long Si, Long Qi, and Long Ba spurted out dragon blood. Whoa! But at the same time, the resplendent dragon horn once again emitted rays of light. In an instant, it turned into a huge golden dragon that spanned across the void of the grand array. Such a change made Du Xiaofu's gaze tremble. The dragon horn actually possessed such power, and it was able to break through the suppression of the divine domain. Its power rose to such a terrifying level, and it was indestructible. Du Xiaofu, so what if you're a supreme being? You can't do anything to me. I have the true dragon horn to protect me. You can't do anything to me. Haha. Long Si's roar and laughter came from the huge golden dragon's shadow. He had the protection of the true dragon horn, which was enough to protect himself. Long Si saw that the situation wasn't good. He felt that the demon king Du Xiaofu was stronger than he had imagined. When Su Yuni and Han Ningma made their move, he chose to break the array and escape. Long Si didn't want the dragons to lose half of their army. This was the guarantee for the dragons to compete for opportunities in the divine domain. Although the dragons' legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal were working together, the dragons had never placed too much importance on humans in the depths of their hearts. Even the 9 great families were the same. Before the dragons and Phoenix's tribulation, the dragons were one of the 3 supreme beings. At that time, humans were just ants. They had even bowed down at the feet of the dragons, worshipped them as gods, and were willing to be slaves. In the hearts of the dragons, no matter how strong humans were, they were once slaves, and they would be in the future. The dragons would make a comeback sooner or later, crushing everything and making all creatures submit to them. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar was unceasing. The huge golden dragon's shadow covered the sky. It was ferocious and ferocious. The terrifying aura of the true dragon was released. Its eyes looked down as if it was provoking Du Xiaofu. However, at this moment, Dragon 4, Dragon 7, and Dragon 8's hearts were trembling. That terrifying aura of a great sovereign, the tyrannical killing aura, made their dragon souls palpitate in fear. It was almost impossible to resist. If it wasn't for the true dragon horn, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist. However, it was precisely because they had a supreme treasure like the true dragon's horn that they had something to rely on. So what if Demon King Du Xiaofu had undergone nirvana? With the true dragon's horn, no one in the divine domain could do anything to them. This was the foundation of the dragons. It wasn't something that others could compare to. Du Xiaofu's body size seemed small compared to the huge dragon's shadow at this moment. He raised his head slightly. The purple-gold thunder rock behind him flapped its wings. Lightning flashed in its eyes. Its power was rising rapidly. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's purple robe fluttered. His whole body was covered in golden light. There was also light diffusing from his body. It was invisibly connected with the void of heaven and earth, resonating with heaven and earth. So what if you have the true dragon horn? I'm a true rock, and I'm also a supreme human emperor, Du Xiaofu said. His voice was deafening. A magnificent and desolate aura diffused from his body. Rolling golden light spread out like a rising sun, revealing a mysterious and ancient aura. It formed a powerful and majestic pressure. Endless energy filled the sky. Then the void was distorted. Under the protection of the great formation in the distance, the master apothecary, Su Mushin, and the others were also shocked. The huge golden dragon's shadow behind Du Xiaofu coiled in the void. It moved together with the purple-gold thunder rock behind him. Roar! Almost at the same time, a silver-gold electric arc swept out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. It filled the sky. The silver-gold electric arc overflowed. A majestic pressure filled the sky. It turned into a huge red-bone horse ape. The purple-gold thunder rock, the huge golden dragon, and the red-bone horse ape. 3 huge beast shadows filled the sky. 3 supreme auras descended together. Finally, the huge golden dragon shadow that came out from the true dragon horn suddenly showed fear in its dragon eyes. It trembled violently. In the void, Du Xiaofu's whole body shone. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as if a supreme overlord had descended. The supreme power of heaven and earth filled the sky. It was as if the supreme ruler of heaven and earth had come personally. Roar! Du Xiaofu soared into the sky, triggering the momentum of heaven and earth. Behind him, the purple-gold thunder rock screeched. The golden dragon's shadow roared. The red-bone horse ape roared angrily, shaking the clouds. They moved together. They contained a mysterious power. Endless fate merged with heaven and earth, forming a powerful and majestic force that suppressed the huge dragon's shadow. Rumble! Inside the array, the earth shook. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as if a great calamity was coming. Under such a terrifying aura, Su Mushin, Ao Zun, Du, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and the others all turned pale. Their bodies were trembling. Roar! The huge golden dragon shadow that was formed from the true dragon horn roared. Its eyes were filled with fear. However, it still roared ferociously and rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Break! Du Xiaofu shouted. The purple-gold electric arc in his eyes was like a purple-gold sun that looked down on the world. Behind him, the purple-gold thunder rock, the golden dragon shadow, and the red-bone horse ape pounced forward. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out in a ring shape in the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, the space would suddenly shatter and shatter with a swishing sound, and it pierced through space like a divine miracle. Bang, 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 bang. Finally, the dozens of interconnected killing formations in the surroundings could no longer withstand such power and cracked apart. These killing arrays were not destroyed by others. They were destroyed by Du Xiaofu himself. The entire vast mountain range was exploding, destroying everything. The ground cracked and the void collapsed. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed. This is too scary. Is he going to destroy everything? Many living beings in the distance quickly retreated. They were shocked. Crack, crack! The ferocious golden dragon phantoms around the true dragon horn were destroyed almost unstoppably by the red-bone horse monkey, the golden dragon phantoms, and the purple-gold thunder rock. They turned into boundless golden light that swept out in all directions. The true dragon horn was about to explode again. The dragon roared and the light rushed into the sky. It wanted to tear open the void and leave. However, under the suppression of the red-bone horse sape, the golden dragon shadow, and the purple-gold thunder rock shadow, the dazzling true dragon horn was restrained. It could not tear open the void and leave. Boom! Du Xiaofu soared through the sky. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the true dragon horn with his distorted palm. Purple gold light surged out from his palm. Purple gold electric arcs surged out. It was overbearing and destructive. Then the true dragon horn was taken away and disappeared in the void. After that, the red-bone horse sape, the golden dragon shadow, and the purple-gold thunder rock shadow also gradually disappeared. The chaotic void gradually recovered. PFFF, Dragon 4, Dragon 7, and Dragon 8 spurted out blood. Their eyes were filled with shock. The life-saving talisman between their eyebrows cracked and shattered. My true dragon horn! Dragon 4 exclaimed. Nothing must happen to the true dragon horn. It was the true treasure of the dragons. Compared to the heavenly dragon cover and the coiling dragon war god armor, it was far more valuable. However, at this moment, Dragon 4 realized that he could no longer contact the true dragon horn. It had disappeared in the hands of the demon king, Du Xiaofu. Dragon 4 never thought that with the true dragon horn, the demon king, Du Xiaofu could still do anything to them and take the true dragon horn away. This was absolutely impossible. He was too shocked, in disbelief, and also terrified. Run! Run! Dragon 8 and Dragon 7 exclaimed. They had lost their life-saving talisman. The true dragon horn was gone, and the array was broken. They immediately wanted to escape. Chapter 1618. Pa! However, before Dragon 7 and Dragon 8 could finish their words, a golden light swept down from the sky. With a vast power, it slapped the blue Dragon 7 and the red Dragon 8 until they were a few meters long. They were on the verge of death. Their mouths were full of blood, and their dragon scales were broken. After that, they were imprisoned in the void. Everything was destroyed. Dragon Chi and Dragon 8 could not resist at all. Roar! Dragon 4 roared ferociously. Chi! The void rippled. Du Xiaofu's figure crossed space and time. His tall and straight body was surrounded by rolling pressure. That was the supreme of supreme beings. It was enough to make people prostrate on the ground. Boom! Du Xiaofu made his move, directly landing a punch on Dragon 4's malevolent dragon head. Lightning flashed, and the might of a supreme being swept out, destroying Dragon 4's defenses. The punch caused Dragon 4's body to shrink inch by inch, and the yellow dragon scales on his body began to crack. Roar! Draconic 4 let out a blood-curdling scream. In the end, he turned into a python that was several feet long and was caught in Du Xiaofu's claws. He was imprisoned, not even having the chance to self-destruct. Dozens of arrays were broken, and the surrounding void was no longer imprisoned. However, there were still 6 blood-killing arrays in the sky. Blood, chi gushed out endlessly from them. It was like a sea of blood that enveloped the surroundings. A large number of figures were swallowed by it, and screams were heard. Run, run quickly! Dragon 4 has been captured. Run and inform Dragon 3. Brother Ingma has been captured. Run and inform Uncle Woody. Brother Uni has been captured. Run and find Uncle Wooji. The arrays were broken. Many figures and huge demonic beasts turned pale with fear. They wanted to escape in horror. Han Ingma, Dragon 4, Su Yuni, and the others were all captured alive. With such a terrifying killing array, they did not dare to stay. Kill them! Du Xiaofu raised his head. His eyes were like two lightning suns that were about to rise. Bright light shot into the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and a majestic aura that swept across the surroundings. Rumble! Suddenly the surrounding dark clouds rolled. Purple lightning descended, killing many demonic beasts and disciples of the School of Legalism and School of Zongheng. It's time! Kill! Master Apothecary Iwuming, Su Mushin, Du, Ghost Child Wu Kei, and the others charged out together. Do you really think I have a good temper? Du Xiaofu shouted coldly. The purple gold light in his hand surged into the sky. The roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles could be heard, accompanied by the cries of ghosts and gods. His figure was still hundreds of feet away, but in a flash he appeared in front of a huge dragon. In the blink of an eye he was within reach. Du Xiaofu's back shone with boundless golden light. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as he chopped down with his saber. The flood dragon's eyes were filled with fear and shock. It had no time to react. Chula! With Du Xiaofu's speed and strength, the flood dragon was no match for him at all. It did not even have the strength to resist. In an instant, it was cut into two, and its soul was destroyed. Illusion saber formation. Without any delay, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly shone with a green brilliance. The illusion saber formation in his hand was activated. It turned into hundreds of saber shadows and drew out mysterious arcs. Numerous saber radiances cut through the void with majestic killing intent. They also contained the all-pervasive soul power. Wherever they passed, the spatial ripples turned into ashes, revealing a long spatial crack. Wherever the saber radiances passed, there was a series of screams. Monstrous killing intent swept across. Many bodies turned into ashes and scattered in the void. Even the primordial spirits did not escape. Swish, swish! Du Xiaofu swung his sword. Sword radiances swept across, revealing cracks in the mountain range below. He killed everything. Kill! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's Yin Thunder Centipede and Divine Light Centipede were summoned. Puppets would not increase their cultivation in the divine domain. However, the Yin Thunder Centipede and Divine Light Centipede had that kind of strength. Their bodies were glowing and they were pure killing machines. Although the demonic beasts, legalism, and the people from the school of vertical and horizontal had increased their cultivation to the initial martial domain realm in the divine domain, their physical strength could not be improved. Their comprehension of ultimacy could not be improved either. They could only feel it. Therefore, compared to the initial martial domain realm, they were naturally much weaker. At this moment, it was difficult for them to deal with the killing machines like the Yin Thunder Centipede and Divine Light Centipede. Don't even think about escaping. Du Xiaofu was furious. His purple gold eyes were filled with killing intent. The shadow of the rock's golden wings spread out behind him. Along with the spatial ripples, it spread out in all directions. Chila! Du Xiaofu made his move. With the speed of the rock traveling 10,000 miles and the wave-like, carefree steps, he suppressed the surroundings with the rock, descending to the ninth heaven and the supreme aura. The surrounding space collapsed inch by inch, and spatial cracks rippled in all directions. The terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Just the power of this energy alone was enough to crush many figures in the surroundings. Bang, bang, bang. Purple gold lightning kept falling in all directions. Many demonic beasts' huge bodies were directly sent flying. They crashed into the mountain below, causing the huge mountain to collapse and the earth to crack. Some figures were directly blasted apart, their divine souls destroyed. Ah! All around the void, miserable cries of daybreak could be heard. It was chilling to hear. Swoosh! Swoosh! Streaks of sword light swept across the sky. Monstrous killing intent swept across the sky, killing everything in its path. A foul wind and bloody rain whistled. It's too terrifying. He's going on a killing spree. That's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He's going on a killing spree. In the distance, many people were shocked and horrified. At this moment, the monstrous killing intent in the distance made them feel terrified even from afar. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill without mercy. Du Xiaofu attacked in anger and shouted. His cold words were like the whistling of a cold wind, causing goosebumps to appear on everyone's body. Legalism had tried to kill him time and time again. Not long ago, he was deceived and bullied by legalism. His mother was imprisoned and shed tears of blood. Du Xiaofu was furious. Back then, Du Xiaofu suppressed himself because he knew that he wasn't strong enough. But now, among his peers, this was the beginning of Du Xiaofu's counterattack. Du Xiaofu didn't intend to let the dragons and school of vertical and horizontal off the hook. Awo, run, run, save me, rumble. Miserable screams, howls, cries for help, the sounds of energy collisions converged, resounding through the skies. Some people were forced to self-destruct, but it was useless. Under the killing of Du Xiaofu and the Six Wheels blood-killing array, the overall situation was under control. This was a pure massacre. Oh my God! Demon King. That's the bloodthirsty Demon King. Those people seem to have lost their life-saving talismans. That's a real kill. Strange, no one has a life-saving talisman. What's going on? Legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal have suffered heavy losses this time. Gulp! All the spectators in the distance couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and swallow mouthfuls of saliva. That terrifying murderous aura could directly affect one's soul. Looking at it from afar made one tremble in fear. What shocked them the most was that no life-saving talisman had appeared in the face of such a massacre. Dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal had their souls destroyed. They were killed on the spot, and their blood spilled over the mountains. The murderous aura overflowed, and corpses were everywhere. The corpses of many huge demonic beasts were piled up like small mountains. Their blood dyed the mountains red. There were demonic beasts, school of vertical and horizontal, and legalism fleeing in all directions. However, they were restrained by the six-wheel blood-killing array and Du Xiaofu's full power. Some people escaped, but they were immediately chased down by Du Xiaofu. He slashed through the void, and their souls were destroyed. This was a bloody massacre. They killed until the sky turned dark. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Thunder fell and saber lights and sword shadows crisscrossed the universe. However, it didn't take long. In less than an hour, it was completely dealt with. Not a single creature was able to escape. The last flood dragon was also cut in half by Du Xiaofu's sword. That huge flood dragon's body was cut in two and laid horizontally in the messy mountains below. It was piled up with the corpses of demonic beasts in the surroundings. Blood dyed the mountains red. It gathered in the valley and turned into a stream of blood. Symbols flew out. This blood was the blood of extraordinary beasts and peak-level talents of the human race. It contained an astonishing amount of energy. This time, more than 2,000 people from the three factions came. However, in just a short period of time, they were all killed here. This was a true calamity. They couldn't be more dead. There were disciples from the Tianwu Academy and the Desolate Nation who were injured by the self-explosion of the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal and dragons. There were even more than 10 people who were killed or were affected by the explosion. Fortunately, they had life-saving talismans on them. The six-wheel, blood-killing array retracted, and the sky returned to normal. Zhen Qingchun kept the mystic divine pagoda. He smiled with satisfaction and said, "I have gained a lot. I have to go into seclusion for a period of time." Roar! The purple gold heavenly tower returned to Du Xiaofu's hand. In the intense battle just now, it had swallowed many Dao artifacts and immortal artifacts. It let out a satisfied cry. Then Du Xiaofu kept it back into the heavenly tower. Du Xiaofu felt that the purple gold heavenly tower was going to be greatly improved this time. Swoosh, swoosh! Under the influence of Du Xiaofu style, Du, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and the others were already digging up the bones of the demonic beasts and searching for treasures. Those flood dragon bones and dragon scales were all extraordinary treasures. They were worth a lot, and they couldn't miss out on them. However, the Golden Condor King, Absolute Sword King, and more than 10 other people were unlucky. Even so, they were only sent out of the divine dominion. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the void. He seemed to be deep in thought. Then, ancient runes flashed in his palm and turned into 8 runes. They brought along 8 different waves of energy and caused the surrounding void to ripple and distort. So that's how it is. Du Xiaofu seemed to have discovered something, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he waved his hand and grabbed the bodies of Dragon 7, Dragon 8, and Dragon 4, which were as big as pythons in the distance. He hung them on his neck one by one, and almost covered the back of his head. Then Su Yuni and Haning Ma were kicked in the hands of Du Xiaofu. They were like chicks in the hands of an eagle. Therefore, Du Xiaofu carried the Nirvana Sovereign Haning Ma in his left hand and Su Yuni in his right hand. Dragon 4 and the other 2 descendants of the true dragon hung around his neck. Oh my God! This scene caused the surrounding people to inexplicably suck in a breath of cold air as their hearts inexplicably trembled. Just what kind of devil king was this? Only then would he have this type of divine might, one hand carrying a supreme being, 3 true dragon descendants hanging from his neck. Just how shocking of a sight was this? It made one's fine hair stand on end. Chapter 1619. At this moment, the most shocked and horrified people were probably Haning Ma, Su Yuni, Dragon 4, Dragon 7, and Dragon 8. They were the ones who were the most horrified and terrified. Seeing the souls and souls of the disciples and followers of their respective clans being annihilated, dyeing the mountains red with blood, and being restrained, Su Yuni and the others finally understood what kind of mistake they had made this time. At this moment, they truly began to feel fear. When the Demon King truly killed people, it was beyond their imagination. How bloodthirsty and cruel was that? More than 2,000 lives. That was almost half of the total number of people that entered the Divine Dominion. But they were all killed by Du Xiaofu today. The loss was unbearable and unimaginable. Du Xiaofu's strength had also exceeded their expectations and estimations. They had always looked down on all living beings and everything in the outside world. At this moment, they felt a sense of insignificance and powerlessness that they had never felt before. Walala! Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with coldness. Ancient runes emanated from his body and gathered around him as if they had turned into a huge, life-saving talisman. Whoosh whoosh! On the Chunhuang mainland, people constantly fell from the Divine Dominion. Suddenly, many people from the desolate country fell and were called over by the experts of the ancient Heaven sect. They seemed to be discussing something, which made many of the old men from the legalism sect sneer. At this moment, all the experts in the ancient Heaven sect seemed to have learnt something from the solitary Sword King and the others. After their shock, they looked at the people from the school of legalism, the school of vertical and horizontal, as well as the people from the Dragon Clan intentionally or otherwise. Looking at the sneers of the old men from the legalism sect, the Golden Condor King, the solitary Sword King, and the others were even more amused. They thought to themselves, a bunch of old farts. Once they know the result, they'll probably vomit blood from anger. Puffed! Suddenly, the Divine Dominion's space rippled. Ancient runes rippled out and radiated brilliance. Finally, under the gazes of many people, a godlike young man appeared. The purple-robed young man carried a person in each hand. Although he was restrained, one could still sense that he had an extraordinary aura. There were 3 large pythons coiled around the young man's neck, almost covering the back of his head. It was a very strange sight. Heavens, it's Du Xiaofu. That's the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, coming out. Oh no, that's Yuni. He's fallen into Du Xiaofu's hands. It's Shadow Desert. How did he end up in Du Xiaofu's hands? It's Dragon 4, Dragon 7, and Dragon 8. They've been imprisoned. In an instant, everyone noticed that the godlike young man was the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Moreover, the person he was carrying in his left hand was the Nirvana sovereign of the legalism sect, Haningma, while the person he was carrying in his right hand was the Nirvana sovereign of the school of Zongheng, Suyuni. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, didn't have 3 large pythons coiled around his neck. Instead, he had the descendants of the true dragon, Dragon 4, Dragon 7, and Dragon 8. Swish, swish. At this moment, the eyes of many people on the Chunhuang continent trembled. Many old and weathered faces were stunned. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? After a short moment of shock, an astonishing shout spread out. The old experts from the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal and dragons all shouted. Their auras erupted and runes dazzled. They felt that something was wrong. Wrapped in ancient runes, the void around Du Xiaofu distorted, and he appeared at the edge of the divine domain. His gaze swept across the surroundings, looking at Li Qinfa, Qin Tianshi, and other familiar figures. His eyes revealed a faint sneer. Then Du Xiaofu looked at the crowd below, at the old lady who was with the experts from the Golden Rock clan. He asked, "Grandmother, can you protect my desolate country?" The old lady looked up at the sky, and on her aged face, her gaze swept past Su Yuni, Haningma, and Dragon 4, who were imprisoned in Du Xiaofu's hands. She said, "The desolate country is now guarded by an expert related to your father. No one can touch the desolate country. Moreover, I'm also here. If anyone dares to touch it, I'll destroy their orthodoxy." Du Xiaofu didn't expect the desolate country to be guarded by a super expert. If even the old lady called him an expert, then he naturally wouldn't be an ordinary expert. And that expert was related to his drunkard father, which also surprised Du Xiaofu. However, the last trace of worry in Du Xiaofu's heart disappeared, and he no longer worried about it. He nodded respectfully at the old lady. "Take a guess. Do you think I dare to kill these reckless fools?" Then, looking at Li Qinfa, the group of dragons and the elders and experts from the school of vertical and horizontal, Du Xiaofu's lips curved into a faint smile. His voice was calm, and he said, 2 Nirvana Supreme Being experts and 3 mixed-blood dragons. Killing them will definitely be fun. If you dare to make a move, you'll definitely suffer. You little bastard, how dare you?" The elders from the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons immediately flew into a rage. Their eyes were spitting fire, and divine light shot out. Their auras shook the surroundings, and the wind and clouds surged. I have to remind you that these reckless fools don't have any life-saving talismans to protect themselves. If they die, they'll really die. Du Xiaofu looked at the furious elders and experts from the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal and dragons. His expression didn't change, and the corners of his mouth still curved into a faint sneer. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. It was a kind of joke. Swish, swish! Hearing this, everyone's gaze immediately searched the restricted Han Ingma, Su Yuni, Long Si, and the others. Many of their gazes suddenly changed. They couldn't find any trace of a life-saving talisman. Han Ingma, Su Yuni, and the others really don't have any life-saving talismans. They didn't seem to be in trouble, right? How did they lose their life-saving talismans? Immediately, the experts in the surroundings started to discuss in astonishment. It was very strange. No one noticed that Han Ningma, Su Yuni, and the others had come out of the divine domain. But at this moment, they really didn't have any life-saving talismans. At this moment, the ones whose expressions changed the most were the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal dragons. In the lineup of the three major forces, the astonished faces seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and immediately the depths of their eyes trembled violently. If they lost their life-saving talismans, then if they died, they would really die. Bastard, Du Xiaofu, you little bastard, how dare you make a move? We, the dragons, will definitely tear you to pieces. The dragons roared violently, like a dragon's roar shaking the heavens. Du Xiaofu, if you dare touch a hair on Su Yuni's head, I'll make you beg for death. Gong Sunhua roared angrily, the depths of his eyes churning like a sea of fire. Du Xiaofu, let Han Ningma go or you'll regret it. Li Qinfa also shouted, the meaning in his eyes clear. A few old fools, how dare you threaten us? Du Xiaofu sneered. Holding Su Yuni with both hands, he slammed Han Ningma and Su Yuni together violently like striking gong. Bang bang! Du Xiaofu slammed Han Ningma and Su Yuni several times in a row. The poor Han Ningma and Su Yuni's heads were broken and bleeding, their hair messy, but they were restrained and could not even scream. Slap, slap! Du Xiaofu did not seem to intend to stop. He simply lifted the two of them in his left hand, and his right hand viciously slapped Su Yuni and Han Ningma's faces a few times. Instantly, Su Yuni and Han Ningma spat out blood from their mouths, their teeth flying. It was a horrible sight. The crisp sound of the slaps resounded through the air. Du Xiaofu would not be courteous to people who wanted to kill him. Since they wanted his life, why should he be courteous? Ka. Then, the dragon horns on the heads of Long Si, Long Qi, and Long Eight, which were the size of a baby's arm, were directly broken by Du Xiaofu. Immediately, blood flowed endlessly. But Long Si and the others could not move and could not even scream. They could only look ferociously, tears streaming down their faces in pain. Cuckoo! The scene completely shocked the crowd. That godlike young man actually dared to stand in front of the 9 great families and all the experts in the world, and humiliate Su Yuni, Han Ningma, and the 3 pure-blooded true dragon descendants of the dragon clan. This was not just humiliating Su Yuni, Han Ningma, and Long Si. This was clearly humiliating the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal and legalism. This was not just a slap to Su Yuni and Han Ningma's faces, but a slap to the entire legalism and school of vertical and horizontal. This was not just plucking the dragon horns of Long Si and the others, but the supreme dignity of the dragons from ancient times to the present. In the world, there was probably no young person who dared to do this, but Du Xiaofu did it. He did it so casually and in front of Li Qinfa, Gong Sunhua, and the others. Cuckoo! At this moment, in the entire Qinhuang mainland, countless experts secretly swallowed their saliva and sucked in cold air. That little demon king's guts were too savage. Little bastard, you're courting death. Du Xiaofu, you're courting death. Kill! Gong Sunhua, Li Qinfa, and Long Ting shouted, and their bodies glowed with resplendent light. At the same time, the 3 of them moved with lightning speed, turning into thunderbolts and bursting with a terrifying aura, instantly pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. The 3 of them were too strong, and their speed was too fast. When they attacked, even the old lady, Xinghan, Bingamo, and the others who were on guard were half a beat too slow to stop them. Everything happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 3 terrifying ancestors had already rushed into the sky and attacked with great momentum. Bang, bang, bang. But at this moment from the divine dominion, 3 beams of purple gold light fell like lightning. They were faster than Gong Sunhua, Long Tongue, and Li Qinfa, and carried with them a vast force that the 3 of them could not resist. They directly smashed the 3 of them into the ground like 3 meteorites. Rumble. The earth shook and the ground cracked. Mountains were destroyed and boulders were reduced to dust. That's a warning from the divine dominion. Do not trespass. The experts around them exclaimed. That was a warning from the divine dominion, warning Long Tongue and the others that if they tried to force their way in, they would be killed the next time. The old lady and the others did not move. She looked at Long Tongue and the others being smashed into the ground, and a smile appeared on her face. On the ground, Long Tongue, Li Chinfa, and Gong Sun Ho climbed out of the rubble. They looked up at the sky, and fear filled their eyes. The power of the divine dominion was something that even they could not offend. Just now, they had felt the aura of death. It was an existence that could not be provoked. In midair, Du Xiaofu was calm and composed. Ancient runes rippled around him, distorting the void. He was not surprised at all. "Old man, are you trying to bully the young again? Come again if you can," Du Xiaofu said without holding back. With the protection of the divine dominion, he was fearless. Chapter 1620. Little bastard, what are you trying to do? You should know the consequences of killing. Du Xiaofu, if you dare to kill, the dragons, legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal will not let you go. You will be released one day. If you dare to touch them today, you will beg for death when you come out. Gong Sun Hua, Draco, and Li Chinfa flew into the sky again. Their eyes were burning with anger as they glared at Du Xiaofu. However, they did not dare to charge forward. "A bunch of old bastards. You have tried to kill me time and time again. Now you dare to threaten me? Do you really think I won't kill?" Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly turned gloomy. A cold aura gushed out, and killing intent shot out from his eyes. If the school of vertical and horizontal wants to interfere, then prepare to pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu clenched his fist and crushed the space. Su Yinyi's body was instantly crushed and turned into a rain of blood. Legalism is shameless. Bullying me. This is only the beginning. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he crushed the space again. Han Ingma's body was crushed inch by inch, and a mist of blood poured down from the sky. So what if you dragons dare to provoke me time and time again? Die. At the same time, Du Xiaofu clenched 3 dragons in his hand. A bolt of lightning shot out from his palm and turned into a destructive force. 3 bolts of purple lightning shot into the foreheads of Dragon 4, Dragon 7, and Dragon 8. Instantly, the dragon souls in their bodies were destroyed, and they lost all signs of life. It's a pity to destroy 3 mixed blood dragons. It's good to use them to make soup and roast meat. Dragon 6 tastes good, Du Xiaofu sneered. He held the corpses of the 3 dragons in his hand. Those were treasures that contained vast amounts of energy. It would be a pity to destroy them. In a short period of time, 2 Nirvana Supremes and 3 pure-blooded descendants of true dragons were all killed by Du Xiaofu. He did not even frown or blink his eyes. The sky above the Chun wasteland was dead silent. At this moment, a shocking chill seeped out of nowhere from the void. Even the supermasters present felt their hair stand on end. "No, no, little bastard, you dare!" At this moment, after a brief moment of silence and shock, the expressions of many elders and powerhouses from the 3 factions, legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons, changed. Their cries of surprise were miserable, shrill, and heart-wrenching as they shook space. When they saw the 2 supreme beings turn into bloody mists and the 3 pure-blooded true dragons lose their life force, the eyes of the 3 great factions of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragon faction were already blood-red. The bodies of many elders began to tremble, crying out in grief. That was a nirvana supremacy. Since ancient times, how many of them had appeared in this world? In any large clan, the number of nirvana supremes could be counted on one hand. That was the fate of the clan, the future of the clan, and the opportunity to prosper. Now that the sovereign had been killed, The price was something that neither legalism nor the school of vertical and horizontal could bear. Their hearts were dripping blood and stabbing pain. Poochie! Some of the elders directly vomited blood and fainted, seeing the nirvana supremes of their family being killed in front of their eyes. This kind of price was something that they could not accept. Among the dragons, they watched as Dragon 4, Dragon 7, and Dragon 8 were killed. From what they heard, it seemed that Dragon 6 had also fallen, and Dragon 9 was also killed by him. This made the emotions of the powerhouses among the dragons at this moment could be imagined. Du Xiaofu, we dragons will fight to the death with you. A powerhouse among the dragons shouted angrily. His eyes were burning with anger, and his aura surged and shook the heavens, surging and terrifying. Dragons, bring it on. The old lady said such a sentence as a reply, but her expression was calm. She did not take it to heart at all. Just a bunch of mixed-blood dragons. Du Xiaofu also did not take it to heart. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked at the powerhouses among the dragons and said, "Your true dragon horn is quite powerful. I have already taken it." "What? The true dragon horn is in the hands of that bastard." The powerhouses among the dragons were stunned, and some of them were trembling. The true dragon horn, that was the most precious treasure of the dragons. Now, it had actually fallen into the hands of the Demon King. "Legalism, I will take back everything you have done to me 1,000 times over." Du Xiaofu looked at the legalism group and said coldly. A bone-piercing chill seeped out from his body. That formless chill that could not be seen by the naked eye spread out in the form of a wave of air, permeating the void. Du Xiaofu was thoroughly angry with legalism. He did not plan to let them go. If his family wanted to be reunited, then the only way was to kill. His voice paused. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, and said coldly, "I forgot to tell you, this time I did not kill many people. Other than Su Yuni, Han Ingma, Dragon C, and the others, there were only 2,000 to 3,000 people. They did not have any life-saving talismans, and their souls were destroyed." This voice echoed in the air and fell clearly into everyone's ears. It was filled with coldness, and when these words spread and fell into everyone's ears, it was like a gust of cold wind, clearly revealing a terrifying killing intent. The killing intent was bone-chilling. This is only the beginning. Just wait to collect the corpses. When the last words fell, the killing intent swept out. Du Xiaofu's figure also slowly disappeared under the fluctuation of the ancient runes behind him. "Quick! Send someone to inform the people inside to surround and annihilate that little bastard." Looking at the disappearing figure, the dragons, school of vertical and horizontal and legalism elders, shouted angrily. They were all trembling and their eyes were bloodshot. "Goo goo!" Many experts in the surroundings gasped. Their eyes were still trembling, and they were unable to regain their senses for a long time. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal. Dragons have completely lost this time. A huge lightning elephant spoke. It was as huge as a mountain, and the power on its body was not inferior to Li Qinfa's. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons have suffered such heavy losses. 2 Nirvana sovereigns and several other dragons are probably vomiting blood in their hearts. An old man with a Taoist hairstyle stood in the air. His gaze seemed amiable, but the eyes on his weathered face were emitting a divine light. He said, "Send someone in. If the school of Taoism has the conditions, they can make things easier for Du Xiaofu. Making things easier for others is also making things easier for oneself. We have to accumulate more good karma." Haha, that kid is ruthless. I like it. As expected of the person that little she likes. Old monster Xing. Han laughed heartily. His eyes were filled with pity as he looked at the legalism and school of vertical and horizontal in the distance. That Demon King is too ruthless. Like father, like son. Speaking of which, Why did those life-saving talismans lose their effects? At this moment, many experts from the ancient heavenly sect, mysterious talisman sect, and mysterious underworld sect in the Chenhuang mainland were still sucking in cold breaths. Some people were delighted while others were boiling. However, those experts who had converted to the school of legalism and school of vertical and horizontal could only look on with ugly expressions. In short, this was an absolute shock that shocked the world. At this moment, everyone in the Chenhuang mainland was clear that everything that Du Xiaofu had done today had caused the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal and dragons to pay an unbearable price. However, this had already caused a huge commotion. When Du Xiaofu came out, it would be the time for an explosion. No one could predict what kind of bloody storm would occur at that time. In the Divine Dominion, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on the bloody battlefield with a smile on his face. After comprehending the profound meaning of the life-saving talisman, Du Xiaofu did not expect that he would have such means to enter and exit the Divine Dominion freely. This surprised and pleased him. However, it was not truly free entry. Du Xiaofu had only comprehended the profound meaning of the life-saving talisman. He had just entered the Divine Dominion, and it was only convenient and useful for him. The Divine Dominion was an isolated space. He had only appeared at the edge of the space, as if he had come out. Even if Du Xiaofu really wanted to go out now, he could not do so freely. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not pay attention to Li Qinfa and the others who had attacked him earlier. Li Qinfa and the others could not touch him at all in the Divine Dominion. The spoils of war on the battlefield had been collected. The treasures and mystic bones on the corpses of the demonic beasts had all been looted. The corpses are treasures. Roast them and stew them. Du Xiaofu said. Everyone was exhausted. Some were seriously injured, and many had minor injuries. They needed to be replenished immediately. The flesh and blood of the demonic beasts were also rare. They were treasures, and their value was much higher than some spirit herbs. They could not be wasted. Therefore, a large group of people began to clean the flesh and blood of the demonic beasts. They removed their scales, feathers, and skin. Chef Du Xiaofu summoned several medicinal cauldrons and many barbecue tables. They stewed the meat and roasted it. Runes flashed on the meat, rising like spiritual light, and multicolored light filled the air. Not long after, the aroma of meat spread everywhere. Master, Sect Supervisor, we finally found you. Suddenly, a delicate voice came from afar. Although many figures appeared, they all had extraordinary postures. The two women in the front were Ji Jian and Tang Meiling from Hehuan School. They appeared with many disciples of Hehuan School. Temple Master, we're here. A large group of figures whizzed over as if they were tearing through space. Their fierce auras rippled through the void. Ghost Chariot, Guqin Demon, Phantom Tiger King, Swallowing Star, Raging Bear King, Little Ying, the Silver-Winged Demon Condor, and other familiar figures appeared. They had received the news and heard the rumors that legalism and the others were working together to deal with the Temple Master, so they rushed over. Yesterday I said that I would try my best to update 5 times today. I was delayed for some time at noon today, so I can only update 4 times today. I dare not stay up late. Everyone, please forgive me. I will continue to update 4 times today. Chapter 16:21. A group of people arrived fiercely, their auras shocking. Looking at the bloody mountains around them, it was obvious that there had been a fierce battle. Their expressions changed. We're late, but we're just in time. Master Apothecary, Iwuming rolled his eyes at Gui Che, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, Blue Flame Red Leopard, and the others. These guys came just in time to eat. Is it over? Did we come too late? In the distant sky, more than 10 people flew over. The one in front was an extraordinary young man. His aura seemed to be entrenched in the sky, suppressing the mountains and rivers. Beside him was an otherworldly woman. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. General Xinyan, you're indeed late. Wu Kei looked up and smiled at the young man and the woman, saying, "You missed the fun." "Seems like we didn't miss it." General looked at the big pile of barbecued meat and soup with a smile. "Brother Xiaofu, Uncle Du." Another voice came from the sky. Zhu Shui, evil spirit, Shui Ruhan Yin Machen, and the other disciples of Profound Talisman Sect and Ancient Heaven Sect had arrived. There were also quite a number of people, including many elders and protectors. "Greetings, Master, senior brothers and elders." Du Xiaofu also went to greet them. Among them were his master, Gu Qingyang, Qiong Mingze, and the other elders. Eldest senior brother Jian Santong. Third senior brother Yuanli, and the others were all there. "It's good that you're fine. I heard that legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons wanted to besiege you, so I immediately rushed over," Gu Qingyang said. His originally serious face relaxed after seeing his beloved disciple. "It's okay. It's all settled." Du Xiaofu smiled, warmth surging in his heart. Then he learned that Sima Taxing had also entered the divine domain, but he was separated from the others. Finally, he learned that everyone had encountered many dangers during this period of time. They had lost many people, and they had also fought with legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons. Among the mighty group, many had already lost their life-saving talismans. It was their second time entering the divine domain. "Let's eat." In the end, a large group of people on top of the mountains began to eat in a grandiose manner. The precious soup boiled, and the aroma of roasted meat permeated the air. It made people drool with desire just by looking at it. No one had any misgivings about their image. Everyone clearly understood what eating this barbecued meat and precious soup represented. They would obtain great benefits. Ghost Chariot, Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and Silver Winged Demonic Condor all had huge appetites. Although there was a lot of roasted meat, it was not enough for this group of people. Afterwards, the Phantom Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others took the initiative to wash the demonic beast meat, adding more barbecue tables. In the entire mountain range, the corpses of the demonic beasts and many flood dragon corpses that were piled up like small hills were almost all washed away. Everyone was waiting to feast. "Let's do these 3 mixed blood dragons too." Du Xiaofu took out the corpses of Dragon 4, Dragon 7, and Dragon 8. He plucked out the dragon scales, pulled out the dragon tendons, and dug out the secret bones. These were all important refining treasures. Dragon soup. Gugu. Ghost Chariot, Little Ying, Violent Bear King, General, Ghost Child, Zhu Shui, Evil Spirit, and Silver Winged Demonic Condor could not help but drool. That was the meat of 3 pure-blooded true dragons. How many people in this world could eat it? Not long after, the aroma of roasted meat permeated the air once again, spreading for thousands of miles. The group of people ate heartily. Until dusk, the corpses of the demonic beasts that filled the mountain were almost completely eaten. There was not much left. "Oh no, this is too cruel." Some of the demonic beasts that were watching from afar could not help but show fear in the depths of their eyes when they saw the scene of eating heartily. They began to quietly leave, not daring to stay any longer. So full. At dusk, everyone ate until their stomachs were big. Some of the demonic beasts in the Heavenly Beast Hall directly stretched out their huge bodies. Then everyone sat down with their legs crossed in satisfaction and began to refine the energy in their bodies for their own use. Walala! Layers of light shrouded and shot up into the sky, competing with the sunset, illuminating half of the sky. "I feel like I'm about to break through." Gu Qingyang was overjoyed, his eyes filled with joy. After eating so many benefits, in addition to the benefits and enlightenment that he had gained in the divine domain, he felt that his bottleneck was loosening, and there were signs of a breakthrough. "Master, don't worry about breaking through. I'll be there to protect you." Du Xiaofu was also happy for his master. "Okay." Gu Qingyang sat down cross-legged on the ground, his body emitting light as he prepared to break through. I'm also showing signs of a breakthrough. Su Muxin spoke. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "But I'll need your help. I'll have a much better chance." "Okay." Du Xiaofu nodded and summoned the Yin Thunder Centipede and Divine Light Centipede. Then he set up restrictions, seals, and talisman arrays to protect them. "Let's begin. What do you need me to do?" After a while, on a flat rock, Du Xiaofu spoke to Su Muxin. "I need us to merge the universe dragon-tiger technique together. This way, my breakthrough will be much smoother." Su Muxin's soft voice sounded. She looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "Although it's not the first time we've merged the universe dragon-tiger technique, we still need to keep our minds clear and clear. If there's an accident, we'll still be severely injured, and in the worst case, we'll go mad. I'll be careful." Du Xiaofu nodded and replied, "If there's any illusion, don't let your imagination run wild." Su Muxin rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu as a final warning, and then she sat down cross-legged. With a shake of her wrist, she formed a seal with her hands, and circles of talisman runes surged out from the surface of her body. "Gather the qi of heaven and earth to replenish my qi. Gather the spirit of heaven and earth to replenish my spirit." Du Xiaofu moved at the same time. He was very familiar with the process. His hand seals formed, and large patches of talisman patterns lingered on the surface of his body. At this moment, the talisman patterns that spread out from their bodies began to connect invisibly. In the end, they gathered together, enveloping the two of them in a circle of light. In an instant, the two of them entered a state of emptiness at the same time. It was an extremely wonderful feeling. Illusions appeared in Du Xiaofu's mind once again. Wine and meat, soft red and fragrant jade, the sound of bells and cauldrons, unrestrained and indulging in a life of luxury. However, none of this could shake Du Xiaofu. His heart and mind were firm, and he was unmoved. Then a familiar scene appeared in Du Xiaofu's mind once again. There was a young man who cultivated diligently. He shed tears and sweat. As the young man grew up, he charmed all living things. He swept away his peers, and he was invincible. His name spread across the entire Shang prefecture. That was Su Muxin disguised as a man. The scene in the cave in the Tianhuang continent appeared once again. Her hair fell, and her skin was as white as snow. On her beautiful face, her eyes were blurred, and her charm was revealed. Every inch of her exuded a seductive aura. There was another familiar figure. It was Dongli Qingqing. The three of them had once flirted with each other in the cave, and the spring scenery was enchanting as they panted. This scene made Du Xiaofu somewhat unable to control himself once again. However, he soon stabilized his mind and murmured in his heart, "She's my woman. I'll take responsibility." In an instant, Du Xiaofu once again emptied his mind of all distracting thoughts. He operated the Qianyang dragon-subduing art and connected with Su Muxin. He entered a mysterious and wonderful state. At this moment, Su Muxin and Du Xiaofu merged and entered a wonderful state. She felt the supreme aura, the imperial palace's dragon aura, and the power of heaven and earth. She knew that this was a great opportunity that he had brought to her. It would be of great benefit to her. This was an unexpected great harvest that would bring her endless benefits. She immediately immersed herself in it. Time passed slowly. The vast group of people were all absorbing the benefits to strengthen themselves. The moonlight shone in the sky and shrouded the mountains. There were rays of light shooting into the sky and energy fluctuations, but no living creatures dared to approach and disturb them. At night, the moonlight shrouded the valley. Boom! Suddenly a ray of light soared into the sky. Multicolored light filled the sky, and a fierce thunder resounded out of nowhere, causing the sky to tremble. Dark clouds gathered, and from within the dark clouds that gathered, faint electric arcs shot out. The wind and clouds surged, and an endless, unfamiliar aura spread. In the valley, there were dazzling purple electric arcs spreading in the air, and there was a murderous aura. Whoosh! A graceful figure flew out. Purple lightning flashed in her eyes as she looked at the shocking phenomenon. She was shocked and softly said, "Second brother is breaking through." Chapter 16:22. High up in the air above the valley, a terrifying pressure seeped out, causing space to tremble. It was enough to make living beings want to prostrate themselves on the ground. Rumble! Thunder rumbled, wind blew, and clouds surged, scattering the dark clouds. In an instant, the dark clouds covered the entire world. All of a sudden, purple lightning arcs spread out for tens of thousands of feet, like countless purple ribbons pouring down from the sky, hanging under the rolling dark clouds. Purple lightning runes shone brightly as the figure of a young man wrapped in lightning appeared in the air. His entire body was covered in purple lightning, and his killing intent swept out, causing the space in the surrounding valley to tremble. Above the young man's forehead, there were 6 rings of light that resembled divine flames. They were like divine rings that connected the heavens and the earth. The majesty of the heavens and the earth descended, and the supreme aura filled the air. Whoosh, whoosh! This shocking commotion attracted some cultivators nearby. It also alarmed the ancient ferocious beasts in the mountains, and they all approached. Someone is undergoing nirvana. Nirvana of a sovereign. It seems to be Du Yunlong from the desolate country. He actually achieved nirvana of a sovereign. It's Du Yunlong, there's no mistake about it. Cries of alarm rang out. Someone recognized Du Yunlong and was shocked. Rumor has it that if someone makes a breakthrough in the divine domain, it's very likely that it's the nirvana of a supremacy. The chances are much higher than in the outside world. It seems that it's true. Demon King Du Xiaofu is already a nirvana grand supremacy, and Du Yunlong is also a nirvana supremacy. This is a sect with 2 supremacies. The Huang country is going to prosper. The Du family is going to prosper. Exclamations of admiration filled the surroundings, and their gazes were moved. Exalted nirvanas existed in the myriad of living beings. Yet since the ancient times until now, only a handful had existed, and they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Today, they were actually fortunate enough to be able to witness it with their own eyes. Roar! The powerful ancient remnant beasts in the surroundings were intimidated. Their roars shook the heavens, and under the supreme aura, they began to retreat, not daring to get close. The commotion in the sky above the valley did not last for long before everything calmed down. Du Yunlong's cloud robe fluttered in the wind as he stood in the air, emitting the pressure of a supreme being. Purple lightning flashed in his eyes, making him look extraordinary. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, dragons, just you wait. Du Yunlong's laughter resounded like thunder, shaking the mountains. Stars dotted the night sky. Towering mountain peaks stretched far and wide. Mountains and forests stretched far and wide. There was an astonishing towering tree whose canopy seemed to reach into the clouds. It was as tall as a mountain and could blot out the sun. There were vines that wrapped around the towering trees like spiraling dragons. This was an ancient land that had existed since ancient times. The moonlight shone through the treetops into the mountain forest, leaving behind mottled traces in the ancient mountain forest. The 17 young men sat cross-legged with their eyes closed. Chi! All of a sudden, the 17 youths opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes glowed brightly like electric arcs. 17 auras swept out at the same time. 17 young men suddenly stood up. Their figures were tall and straight, like 17 sharp spears, and they stood with their backs against each other. Something's wrong. The 17 young men felt that something was wrong. There was an inexplicable pressure in the air, and the surroundings suddenly became silent. It was like a dead silence, which was very abnormal. The 17 young men with sharp auras were Chinguyu, Silver Fox, Stone, Anya Cha, Duo Sha, and the rest of the 18 heavenly generals. However, only Yi Pialing was not there at the moment. Be careful. It's the descendants of those ancient beasts. Silver Fox said. He felt a dangerous aura. Chee-chee! As Silver Fox's voice fell, countless bright lights suddenly appeared in the dark night like gongs, revealing ferocious glints. Those were pairs of terrifying eyes filled with ferocious auras, which made people's hair stand on end and their hair stand on end. Roar! Suddenly, ferocious beasts rushed out one after another. Their figures were not too big, and they were all dozens of feet long. Runes flashed in their bloody mouths, and their fangs shone with cold light as they directly pounced on Chinguyu and the others. Chee-chee! At the same time, the sky trembled and the treetops shook. Huge branches were broken, and many ferocious beasts flapped their wings and swooped down. The wind blew violently, and the runes shone brightly. Ferocious auras swept out, and they also dove down at Chinguyu and the others at the same time. In an instant, without any warning, those ferocious beasts attacked violently. The entire silent mountain range was suddenly in an uproar. Birds and beasts were screaming, and ferocious birds and beasts were roaring. It was as if a flood was about to drown everything. Kill! Chinguyu shouted as he activated the ancient barbarian war spear in his hand. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked like he had turned into a ferocious beast. Wherever the ancient barbarian war spear pointed, demonic beasts were turned into blood mist. Kill! Silver Fox, Duan Feiyu, Murua Bai Stone, Yin Tianjue, and Gu Wuying attacked one after another. Low sonic booms were heard from time to time, and the forest shook. Figures flashed, and the runes shone brightly. Powerful auras surged violently. Kill! Silver Fox turned into a silver fox that was dozens of feet long. His whole body was like a divine light, and he unleashed a terrifying aura. Wherever he went, countless demonic beasts were torn into blood mist. Kill! Kill! Each of the fierce youths was like a ferocious beast, slaughtering the surrounding ferocious beasts. In an instant, the battle was incomparably fierce. The killing intent was monstrous, and blood flowed like a river. The 17 of them attacked with all their might. All of them were deeply aware of how frightening the ancient species, ferocious beasts in the divine domain were. If they were to retreat, they would immediately be consigned to eternal damnation. Only by going all out would they have a chance to survive. Roar! Rumble! In such a fierce battle, the surrounding forest was razed to the ground. The energy swept out like a raging wave hitting the shore. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The rumbling sounds echoed endlessly like thunder. The 17 people were like 8 killing gods. Blood flowed like a river, and the surrounding ferocious beasts showed fear. However, the surrounding ferocious beasts were endless. In the dark night, they were densely packed. Countless ferocious eyes flashed, and endless ferocious beasts pounced on them, roaring crazily. In the sky, all kinds of ferocious beasts pounced on them. Their sharp claws were cold, and their metal beaks were sharp. Their scales and feathers were shining like cold iron. These ferocious beasts were also terrifying. They were definitely not ordinary. The 17 people were like killing gods. They activated their meridian spirits and martial veins, and the sky darkened. However, at this moment, the 17 people were forced to retreat more and more. They consumed a lot of energy, and their clothes were stained with blood. It was getting harder and harder for them to hold on. Chi-La, Murua Bai, Duan Feiyu, Chigueyu, and a few others were injured in the fierce siege. Walala! Suddenly, in the depths of the forest, a strange aura quietly spread out. The depths of the forest began to glow. Wherever the aura passed, it made people's hair stand on end. Rumble! In a short time, in the depths of the forest, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The wind rose and clouds surged. An endless power seeped out from the 9 heavens. Under the night sky, in the depths of the forest, it was as if the sun had risen from the east. Under the dazzling 6 divine rings, a black-clothed youth, stood in the sky. A faint black rune energy spread out from the black-clothed youth's body. The runes were dazzling, and his aura was turbulent. It could suppress everything, accompanied by a terrifying supreme aura that swept across the sky. Boss has broken through. That is the nirvana of a supreme being. Nirvana of a supreme being. Boss has broken through. Muruabai, Duo Sha, Stone, Chiguyu, and the others were boiling. That was the nirvana of a supreme being. It was enough to look down on the world. In the sky, the black-clothed youth was connected with the void of heaven and earth. It was as if he had become one. The runes were dense and dazzling. It was like a miracle in the sky. Chi. The black-clothed youth opened his eyes. The light in his eyes was pitch black and deep. His black pupils were filled with dazzling runes. It was as if they contained two black holes in the universe. At this moment, the invisible aura that spread out from his body made the world tremble. As his gaze swept across, it made the ferocious beasts in the sky below tremble. Kill! Yi Pialing spoke. His voice rumbled like thunder. The killing intent in his sharp eyes rushed across the sky. It made people's hair stand on end, and a chill ran down their spines. Yi Pialing's hand formed a seal. Along with the supreme aura of heaven and earth, waves of sharp energy spread out. Each wave was fiercer than the previous. The runes were dazzling, and the aura was turbulent. It could suppress everything and kill in the sky. In the end, it turned into a palm strike. The terrifying aura swept out like a stormy sea. Bang, bang, bang. In the forest, the towering trees exploded. Huge rocks turned into dust. The dazzling light illuminated half the sky. Many ferocious beasts were crushed by the pressure. A whoa! Ear-piercing roars came from the crowd of beasts. The surrounding ferocious beasts trembled in fear and immediately retreated. Yi Pialing's figure landed. The 6 divine rings on his forehead dissipated. An invisible aura spread out, making Chinguyu, Silver Fox, Stone, and the others tremble. It was a supreme aura of heaven and earth. Congratulations, boss. You have achieved nirvana. The 17 people's clothes were stained with blood, but their eyes were filled with surprise. Let's go. After disappearing for so long, it's time to settle some scores. Yi Pialing spoke. His eyes were sharp and cold. His killing intent spread out. Before dawn, the world was dark. Rumble, the mountain stream, was like a natural barrier. It was vast and boundless. Shocking, muffled sounds of energy could be heard. Large areas of the mountain walls and rocks exploded. Kill the people of the desolate country. Leave no one alive. There was a young man who exuded a chilling aura. His figure was majestic as he stood in the air. The light in his eyes was terrifying. His entire body exuded an indescribably sharp aura. It was as if his entire being was a divine blade that could cut through everything. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Su Hengdao from the School of Vertical and Horizontal. Back then, on the legalism proof platform, Su Hengdao was defeated by the Gongjin of the Taigu Gold-devouring rat clan. However, that did not affect Su Hengdao's strength. Besides Su Hengdao, there was a beautiful woman and an extraordinary young man. However, at this moment, the two of them did not have their life-saving amulets in between their eyebrows. They were Su Haohui and Zhang Yinshuang, who were killed by Du Xiaofu and Su Muxin. Finish them quickly. Su Haohui's face was gloomy. He lost his life-saving amulet in the hands of Du Xiaofu. Now that he encountered the people of the desolate country, he naturally did not plan to let them go. Kill! In an instant, hundreds of people from the School of Vertical and Horizontal attacked together. Artifacts and Dao artifacts were everywhere. Their meridians, spirits, and martial veins were all activated. They surrounded the 20 to 30 people from the desolate country. Chapter 16, 23. Attack with all your might. Kill! In the desolate country's formation, Ouyang Shuang's eyes shone brightly, shooting straight into the night sky. Her aura swept across the sky like thunder. The swan and eye sword in her hand shone brightly, and a vast aura swept out, suppressing the surroundings. It could cut through the void and kill in all directions. Kill! Coldness gushed out from Yi Zijin's jet-black eyes. From her graceful body, an expanse of resplendent runes shot out, emitting dazzling rays of light that froze space, imprisoning it. It was as if a bright moon had descended from the sky, causing space to explode and the earth to rumble. Instantly, several followers of the school of vertical and horizontal were killed. Yi Zijin had the temperament of a fairy, but when she attacked, she was incomparably fierce. Kill! The phantom was in the sky. Her red dress was as bright as blood, and her bloody aura permeated the heavens and the earth. Amidst her beauty, bloody runes that shone brightly spread out from her graceful body, forming a river of blood in the void. Within the river of blood, a huge red spider lily bloomed. It was like fresh blood dripping down, carrying the aura of reincarnation. The billowing bloody aura swept across the sky, swallowing many followers of the school of vertical and horizontal. Zhang Yunshuang, Su Haohui, Su Hingdao, and a few middle-aged men of the school of vertical and horizontal's eyes lit up. They were shocked, but then they showed joy. If we keep this, it will be a great treasure. Instantly, a few elders and middle-aged men of the school of vertical and horizontal rushed out together, surrounding and attacking the phantom. Countless energy ribbons collided with the river of blood. Do you think I'm easy to bully? The Bloodvine spirit's voice was sharp and cold. It turned into a huge blood-black tree vine that was as tall as a mountain and took root in the mountain stream. Bang, 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 half-human and half-flying. The Bloodvine spirit's hair was full of strange blood-black tree vines that were twisting like blood-black pythons. Its eyes were blood-red, and its murderous aura was overwhelming. Countless blood-black tree vines rushed out, covering the sky and covering the earth, killing many followers of the school of vertical and horizontal. Awoo! The sky moon venomous spider and the savage Gukondor were also present in their true forms. However, there were many experts from the school of vertical and horizontal at this moment. Many protectors and elders appeared among them. Terrifying auras spread out from their bodies into the sky. Light shone brightly, and the auras were scorching hot, burning everything. They surrounded Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin Phantom, Bloodvine Spirit, and the others. Su Hengdao, Su Haohui, Zhang Yunshuang, and the others were also attacking with all their might. They wanted to kill Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, and the others. Puchi! Under such a siege, the strength of the school of vertical and horizontal was also extremely tyrannical. Yi Zijin, Sky Moon Venomous Spider, Savage Chongdiao, and many others vomited blood. Ouyang Shuang activated the Bayan's sword, and the qi of the underworld swept out. She was able to withstand the simultaneous attacks from Zhang Yunshuang and Su Haohui. This is a great treasure. It seems to be even stronger than the savage war spear. Su Haohui and Zhang Yunshuang both had their eyes on the bai, and sword in Ouyang Shuang's hand. It was much stronger than the savage war spear that the school of vertical and horizontal lost to Du Shaofu last time. However, Su Haohui and Zhang Yunshuang were attacking Ouyang Shuang together. There were also a few elders from the school of vertical and horizontal, so they could not gain much of an advantage. Swish, 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 swish! Suddenly, streams of light pierced through the void. There was a green light that spread out with a terrifying aura, and it turned into energy light arrows. Bang, bang, bang! Dozens of energy light arrows killed dozens of followers from the school of vertical and horizontal. They turned into blood mist and were taken away by the life-saving talismans. However, some people had already lost their life-saving talismans, and their souls were truly destroyed. Among them were a few true disciples from the school of vertical and horizontal. Who is it? Some elders from the school of vertical and horizontal, Su Hao Hui, and the others immediately shouted. Their faces were gloomy and ugly. In the void, a beautiful figure slowly appeared. She had a beautiful face that was as delicate as a fairy's. Her eyebrows were like jade, and her skin was as white as snow. Her hair was tied into a simple bai luo bun at the back of her head. What a moving woman! She was dressed in green, outlining her tall, slender, and graceful figure. Just one look at her was enough to captivate people's hearts. It's her, Dongli Qingqing. When they saw the fairy-like woman, Ouyang Shuang, Yi Zijin, and the phantom's eyes immediately moved. They had seen her before in the Great Luan sect. Su Hongdao, Su Hao Hui, Zhang Yinshuang, and the others looked at Dongli Qingqing. They seemed to be shocked by her beautiful appearance and temperament. How dare you touch the school of vertical and horizontal? However, after that, Su Hao Hui shouted. His face was gloomy and cold. He felt that the fairy-like woman seemed to be even more powerful than Ouyang Shuang. Dongli Qingqing didn't even reply. Her actions proved everything. The dazzling green light in her beautiful figure spread out like a sun. The ancient bow in her hand emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if an ancient god had awakened from a deep slumber. She pulled the bow, and a light arrow that was completely condensed by runes appeared. Then the arrow was released. Shoo! 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 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, the bow was released. Wherever the 3 energy light arrows passed, the space would twist and crack. Their targets were Su Hongdao, Zhang Yinshuang, and Su Hao Hui. Swish! Everything happened too fast. In a short moment, the 3 bright energy light arrows pierced through the void. The first arrow pierced through Su Hongdao's defense and directly pierced through his forehead, killing him instantly. The life-saving talisman was quickly taken away. The second arrow pierced through Zhang Yinshuang's defense and similarly pierced through her forehead. The last and third arrow carried a mysterious and vast aura. It devoured life force and destroyed Su Hao Hui's rolling flame defense. It plunged into his chest and directly blew his body apart. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape in time. However, the second and third arrows had killed Zhang Yinshuang and Su Hao Hui. They no longer had any life-saving talismans and were killed instantly. Yunshuang, Hao Hui, the elders and middle-aged men from the school of vertical and horizontal immediately cried out. They were 2 of the leading figures of the school of vertical and horizontal's younger generation. They didn't expect to be killed like this. Swish! Ouyang Shuang took the opportunity to swing her sword and cut through the void. She chopped an elder from the school of vertical and horizontal into pieces. Retreat, retreat quickly. After suffering so many losses, that fairy-like woman was too powerful. While they were furious, the elders and middle-aged men from the school of vertical and horizontal didn't lose their motivation. They shouted and retreated, not daring to stay any longer. Swish, swish! The remaining dozens of people from the school of vertical and horizontal retreated in panic. Thank you. Ouyang Shuang looked at Dongli Qingqing. There was a complicated expression in her big and beautiful eyes. Dongli Qingqing knew Ouyang Shuang. Yi Zijin was the woman beside him. On her fairy-like face, a ripple flashed through her glassy eyes. It was hard to fathom. Then, Dongli Qingqing opened her mouth. Her pearly white teeth moved gently, and her voice was like the sound of nature. Be careful. There is an ancient formation on the left, and there are many ancient beasts on the right. Continue forward. As soon as her voice fell, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful figure flew and disappeared in an instant. Time passed slowly. The news of Du Shaofu slaughtering thousands of people from the school of vertical and horizontal, legalism, and dragon spread. It was a true massacre. There were no life-saving talismans. Han Ningma, Su Yuni, Dragon 4, and the others were also killed. Even Dragon 4, Dragon 7, Dragon 8, and Dragon 6 were made into soup by the demon king Du Xiaofu. When this news spread, it caused the entire divine domain to tremble. Everyone was terrified. The pitiful school of vertical and horizontal legalism and dragons have suffered great losses this time. It's not just suffering great losses. This is a crushing defeat. They paid a miserable price. I wonder if those old men outside the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal and dragons know about this. If they know, I'm afraid they'll vomit blood from anger. Han Ningma and Su Yuni are supreme nirvanas. Dragon 4 and the others are pure-blooded descendants of true dragons. If those old men outside the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal and dragons know about this, it's already good enough that they didn't vomit blood and die. Nirvanas, supreme nirvanas, were killed and pure-blooded descendants of true dragons were made into soup. This kind of loss is indeed too great. The demon king Du Xiaofu is too savage. I heard that the demon king Du Xiaofu was originally related to legalism. His mother was a legalism person. Later on, she was bullied and humiliated by the legalism people. I wonder how those people in the school of legalism feel right now. While everyone in the divine domain was trembling in shock, there were also people everywhere who were discussing and ridiculing. Thousands of people had been killed by the demon king. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons had already suffered great losses. It was likely that they would lose a lot of their competitiveness in the divine domain. Many people also remembered in their hearts to never provoke the demon king Du Xiaofu. The baleful aura in the mountains had yet to dissipate. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In the mountains, people continued to wake up. They had all obtained great benefits. Many people even had continuous breakthroughs. However, these breakthroughs were only the breakthroughs of the people themselves. Some people broke through from extraordinary martial venerables to chaotic element martial venerables, or from perfect martial venerables to extraordinary martial venerables. In the divine domain, they broke through, but it did not affect their ability to continue using the strength of the initial martial domain realm. There were also people who broke through from nirvana martial venerables to the martial domain realm. However, they did not achieve nirvana martial venerables like in the legends. They only broke through to the initial martial domain realm normally. However, the foundation that they obtained after breaking through in the divine domain was much stronger than those of the same cultivation level in the outside world. All of this was because the divine domain was a mystical place. There were too many extraordinary existences. Gu Qingyang had also broken through and stepped into the initial martial domain realm. He was beaming with joy. His face was rosy. He was very happy. On a flat rock, Su Muxin and Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. The two of them were enveloped in runes that connected invisibly, dazzling and flickering. Is there still no movement? Tang Meiling, Gu Qingyang, Ghost Chariot, and the others looked at the two of them from afar. They did not dare to disturb them. There seems to be some changes. Guqin Demon, Zhu Shui, and the others were the first to feel something. They suddenly looked up into the sky. They did not know when, but the world had changed unknowingly. There was an invisible pressure that descended from the depths of the sky and seeped out from the void. TSK, TSK. All of a sudden, 2 figures appeared in the sky. Be careful, there are experts coming. Ghost Chariot, Guqin Demon, Gu Qingyang, Tang Meiling, and Zhu Shui immediately looked up. There was an aura that could affect the world, fluctuating. There were 2 people who looked like young men. One of them was wearing a green robe with a green pattern on the outside. His shoulder-length hair danced in the wind. His skin glowed, and runes fluctuated on his skin. Chapter 16:24. This man had a fierce temperament. His thick eyebrows were slightly raised, and his face was resolute. Beside him was a man in a dark red robe. The hood of the robe covered half of his head, but it couldn't hide his outstanding and heroic appearance. His face was angular and well-defined. This man was surrounded by a murderous aura. His dark and deep eyes were sharp and deep, giving people a sense of oppression. When these two men appeared in the void, the entire void seemed to be frozen. An invisible and vast aura descended, making people tremble in their hearts. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the Een Thunder Centipede and the Divine Light Centipede rushed out. When someone broke in, they immediately attacked, bursting with lightning that pierced through the void. Puppets! The man in the green robe raised his eyes. There was not much fluctuation in his eyes, and he directly slapped out with his claws. At the same time, the man in the dark red robe punched out. His attack was clean and neat. Clang! Clang! Such a collision caused sparks to fly in all directions. Bright talisman patterns flashed. The two men's fists and claws respectively landed on the Een Thunder Centipede and the Divine Light Centipede. The void was shattered, and endless bright runes burst out, and lightning raged. Crack! Crack! But in an instant, the Divine Light Centipede and the Een Thunder Centipede cracked at the same time and turned into fragments in an instant. They were destroyed into nothingness. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was on the rock, suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light surged in his eyes. His figure swept out and stepped into the void. His black hair was scattered, and he looked at the two men with a domineering and intimidating look. I think you are Du Xiaofu, known as the Demon King, the Nirvana Realm Grand Supreme? The young man in the green robe looked at Du Xiaofu and seemed to have sensed something. A terrifying aura surged from his body, as if a divine king had descended, sharp and fierce. You destroyed my puppets. Tell me your names. Du Xiaofu said, golden light overflowing from his body. He could also feel the strength of the two people in front of him. It seemed that they were not inferior to the successor of the great snow mountain, Lianqinyan. Moreover, there were two of them at the same time. This made Du Xiaofu's heart slightly tense. Motian Hao, I heard that the true dragon's horn of dragons is in your hands. The true dragon's horn is of some use to me. Give it to me, and I will return it in 3 years. The green-robed man said to Du Xiaofu. The crimson-robed man stared at Du Xiaofu. His body emitted a crimson murderous aura that caused people to feel a chill. His voice was also cold as he said, Heavenly Evil Yeluhan, I heard that you are a Grand Supreme Nirvana. I want to fight you and seek enlightenment. Du Xiaofu looked at the two people. Their names were unfamiliar and had nothing to do with the 9 great clans. However, their auras were tyrannical and vigorous. Perhaps they were like Lianqinyan. They were terrifying existences who had lived for thousands of years. They had deliberately not broken through in order to enter the divine domain for the last time to find the greatest opportunity. Of these two people, one was clearly looking for trouble, and the other wanted to borrow the true dragon's horn. To Du Xiaofu, this was naturally impossible. If you want to borrow the true dragon's horn, you have to take out a treasure of the same level as it. I can lend it to you. Du Xiaofu said, his entire body emitting a golden purple light. It seems like he won't easily lend it to you. Let me fight him first. I am looking forward to the nirvana of a Grand Supreme Nirvana. Heavenly Evil Yeluhan said, staring at Du Xiaofu. His murderous aura surged, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. You have to pay the price for destroying my puppets. Du Xiaofu's eyes were frightening. He shook his arm, and his fist emitted a golden light. With the roar of dragons and elephants, his fist punched towards Heavenly Evil Yeluhan. This battle was unavoidable. Du Xiaofu might as well make the first move. He had the advantage by striking first. This fist was not simple. It contained the Tao of tyrannical fists. Yeluhan was stunned. He didn't think that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, would dare to make the first move. That fist contained an incomparably tyrannical force. Yellow Han didn't dare to be careless. He struck out with his palm. In an instant, a murderous aura swept out, carrying with it the faint sound of ghosts crying and gods howling. A vast force surged and collided with Du Xiaofu's fist. Bang! With a dull sound, the void exploded. It was as if it wanted to overturn the dome of heaven. Multicolored light bloomed like fireworks. Dang, dang! The two of them retreated in the void at the same time. The void beneath their feet shattered. Their eyes were filled with shock. What a strong body! Heavenly evil, Yellow Han waved his hand. He felt his palm go numb. What a strong, murderous aura! Du Xiaofu's eyes widened. The murderous aura on his opponent's body was terrifyingly dense. It was as different as heaven and earth compared to the blood-evil vine's murderous aura. That kind of murderous aura was actually able to invade Du Xiaofu's body. It was terrifying. An ordinary sealed domain realm cultivator would have been killed by that murderous aura. It was extremely powerful. I need the true dragon's horn. Let me do it. As soon as Mo Tian Zhao's voice fell, he pounced towards Du Xiaofu. In an instant, a divine azure light bloomed. A claw mark tore through the void and extended towards Du Xiaofu. Come at me together? This emperor will accompany you. Du Xiaofu shouted. With a thought, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Silver gold arcs of lightning exploded. Just as the claw mark tore through the void and extended towards Du Xiaofu, a dazzling golden light spread in front of Du Xiaofu like a blazing sun. Suddenly, a human-sized, translucent, silver gold ape appeared. Roar! This was Du Xiaofu's scarlet bone horse, monkey Yuanshan body. His innate spiritual eyes overlooked everything in the world. Du Xiaofu suddenly punched out, landing directly on the former's claw mark. Chi-la-la! The arcs of lightning dissipated and the void sank. The scarlet bone horse, monkey, was forced back. Mo Tian Zhao's figure also streaked across the void, his eyes filled with shock. This is the scarlet bone horse monkey's vain soul transformation, true spirit? Mo Tian Zhao was stunned. He looked at Du Xiaofu's Yuanshan body in shock. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in shock, "It's not the scarlet bone horse monkey. It's condensed from the Yuanshan body and fused with the spiritual thunder soul seed." Roar! The scarlet bone horse monkey roared. Arcs of lightning wrapped around it. Its aura was majestic and desolate. It could not be provoked. After stabilizing its body, it immediately pounced forward and took the initiative to attack. Its fist was wrapped in a hazy radiance, as if it was the beginning of the world. You have some skills and means, but it's not enough. Mo Tian Zhao recovered from his shock. His aura rose sharply, and in an instant his pressure was imposing as he resisted the scarlet bone horse monkey. Fight! The scarlet bone horse monkey shouted. It was like a terrifying lord had come into being, bringing an incomparable pressure. Silver gold arcs of lightning wrapped around it, and it immediately engaged in a fierce battle with Mo Tian Zhao. In just a short period of time, the two had exchanged more than 10 moves. The mysterious runes on the talisman shone brightly, shaking the void. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. So terrifying. The people below watched from afar, their hearts trembling with fear. You have some means. That's good. Then let's have a good fight. I hope you won't disappoint me. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. Heavenly demon, Yellow Han said. When his voice fell, the void trembled. Billowing, baleful aura surged, twisting the space as if it could affect the stability of the space. Under that baleful aura, the void trembled as if it was about to collapse. In an instant, Heavenly Demon Yellow Han's body was covered in dark, red, mysterious runes. That was a terrifying martial vein. It seemed to be releasing endless, baleful aura. His face became fierce, and baleful aura lingered around him like a demon. It was incomparably terrifying. What a terrifying, baleful aura. Below, Gue, Che, Chin Mo, and the others were originally full of baleful aura. At this moment, looking at the void, they trembled. That baleful aura made their scalps tingle. Although everyone's expression was solemn, no one interfered. Under that terrifying aura, everyone knew that it was not something they could interfere with. They didn't want to distract Du Xiaofu. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Du Xiaofu was also covered by the thunder martial vein. Behind him, the phantom of a golden rock's wings condensed. The rock soared to the 9 heavens, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. At this moment, the golden phantom behind Du Xiaofu flapped its wings. He was like a real rock in human form. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Arcs of lightning crackled endlessly. It was deafening. The beast energy of the golden-winged rock clan, a very strong martial vein. It is indeed worthy of its reputation. It is worthy of me to take action. Heavenly Demon, Yelu Han shouted. His voice was cold. He shook his arm, and baleful aura covered the void. It was incomparably terrifying. It turned into a ferocious beast that crossed the void, as if it had pierced through the void and swooped down towards Du Xiaofu. I'll beat you down. Du Xiaofu replied. His black hair fluttered like a giant rock flapping its wings. Purple arcs of lightning flashed on his body. His hands formed seals, and the phantom of a ferocious beast roared and rushed out. There was the ancient bloodline Huidou, the ancient Tangxi, and the Baianxi. They destroyed the former, and the baleful aura that covered the sky. Qi-la! In the sea of baleful aura, countless sharp claws tore through the void. They were as sharp as divine blades, and destroyed the Tingxi, Huidou, and the other beasts. Rumble, rumble! Du Xiaofu was in the sky, controlling the arcs of lightning that filled the sky. They condensed into thunderbolts that carried a kind of heaven and earth punishing aura. Accompanied by the momentum of heaven and earth, they contained a vast and immeasurable power that caused the void to lose its color. This was Du Xiaofu's thunder and lightning divine ability. With the thunder martial vein and the 9 revolutions divine lei lian in his body, as well as the fusion of 3 types of spiritual thunder soul seeds. Du Xiaofu's comprehension of thunder and lightning divine ability had never been delayed. Rumble, 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 the void exploded. The power of thunder and lightning was extremely young, destroying the baleful aura. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the void. There were purple lightning everywhere, as if it was the end of the world, spreading across the vast mountains. The power of thunder and lightning was terrifying, but didn't shake Heavenly Demon Yelu Han's foundation. Heavenly Demon Yelu Han's body was still filled with baleful aura. He stood there proudly like the master of the demon realm. The space around him was impervious to thunder and lightning, forming a space of its own. However, Yelu Han's expression changed. His opponent was only a nirvana cultivator, but he was worthy of being called a Grand Supreme. He also had the martial vein and the power of thunder and lightning. As expected, extraordinary, Yelu Han said. His eyes opened and closed, turning dark red. However, his forehead seemed to contain 2 seas of blood. A terrifying light shot out. With the baleful aura as the foundation, his martial vein connected the heaven and earth, turning into 100 zhang long baleful aura blade that slashed down from the void.